Hi, in this video, we will see comparison or relational operators in Java. Okay, so what are those? We already seen in one of our previous videos called operators. So double equal equals to, it returns true if both the left side and right side are equal. So this expression should be Boolean. So then both are same, then it will return true. If both are not same, then it will return true. If it is A is greater than B, then it will return true. If A is less than B, then return true. If A is same or greater than, then it will become return true. A is less than B or equal, then it will return true. Okay. So by taking few examples, we will see. So let me go to Visual Studio Code. So here, as I already told, it will return true or false, means you can hold that value inside the Boolean data type only that we saw. So Boolean B is equals to, you can say 10 equals to 10, right? That is double equal. Then only it will true. So it will return what? True. Okay. Then again, Boolean B1 is equals to, okay. So 10 equals to 20, right? So both are not same, but I'm comparing both are same or not. Both are not same, then it will become false. It will return false. Again, Boolean B2 is equals to, now 10 plus 10, okay, 10 plus 10 equal to, okay, 5 plus 15, okay. Boolean B2 equals to, this is one expression and then this is another expression. So after adding this, here we have arithmetic operator. So 10 plus 10 is equals to 20, 5 plus 15 is equals to 20, 20 equals to 20, then it will become true, right? So what we'll do, we'll try to print this one, system.out.println, and then B2, okay. Then I'll print B2. So let me copy this, then Java C relational operators dot Java, yeah, Java, then relational operators. You see that the last one is true, okay. So now Boolean B3, okay, Boolean B3 is equals to same 10 plus 10, okay, equals to, I have another expression 5 plus 10, okay. Then I'm comparing 20 is equals to 15, then what I'll get false, right? Obviously false. So let me make it B3, and then I'll try to compile the program and I'll execute the program. This time I'll get false, right? This is false. I'm comparing 20 equals to 15, no. So because of that, it failed, means it's false. Again, Boolean B4 is equals to 10, okay, not equals to 10, right? 10 not equals to 10, is that correct? No, right? So 10 equals to 10, so it will become false, it will return false. So Boolean B5 is equals to, I'll say 10 not equals to 20, right? Both are not same. I'm asking, means let me we are asking that 10 not equals to 20. Then what it is saying? Yes, it is true. The reason is 10 not equals to 20. That is what you are verifying, right? Then it will return true, okay. So then Boolean B6. So I'll take the same examples here. So the same example, but instead of this one, I'll put not equals. So this is 20 not equals to 20. No. So Yes, this is 20, 20, right? So then it will become false. Both are same, right? So that is false. Now if I take this one, okay, if I take this one and I'll mention not equals, okay, 20 not equals to 15. Yes, both are not equal. Then it will become true. So let me, this is B7. Let me print this. Okay, at least we'll see that last 20 not equals to 15, right? So it has to give me true. So let me execute this. We'll see. It should return true. You see that last value is true. B7 is true. Okay. So now we'll move forward and check other ones also. Okay. So here, Boolean B8 is equals to 10 greater than 5. Yes, 10 is greater than 5. We know, because of that it is true. Okay. Then Boolean B9 is equals to 10 less than, 10 greater than 20. Is 10 is greater than 20? No, that is false. So Boolean B10 is equals to, we'll do the same thing, 10 plus, so let me take, okay, 10 plus 10, okay, is greater than 10 plus 30. Okay, then what it will be? Okay, 10 plus 10, 20, 10 plus 30, 40. 20 is greater than 40? No, it is false, right? So then Boolean B11 is equals to 10 greater than 10. I'm verifying this. 10 is greater than 10? No, 10 is equals to 10. 10 never be greater than 10. Both are same. So it will be false. So if you want to check that, we'll try to execute at least this last one. So I should get what? False. So let me compile, then execute. You see that false. 10 is not greater than 10. 10 is equals to 10. Okay. So now what we'll do? Boolean B12 is equals to, what is it? 10 less than 5. Less than symbol I'm talking. This is one of the relational operators, right? Less than 10 less than 5. No, 10 is greater than 5, right? So Boolean B13 is equals to, why I'm taking B8, B9, B10, B13? So you cannot use the same variable. You cannot initialize the same variable 2 times. So because of that, I'm keep changing the number. Okay. Otherwise, I can do like this also. Now B12 is equals to, okay. But so you should not use this one. You can use B12 is equals to something like that. Okay, that is also one of the ways. So now B13, 10 is less than 20. Yes, 10 is less than 20. It's true, right? So Boolean B14 is equals to 10 plus 10, 10 plus 10, and what is the 10 plus 10? B14 less than 10 plus 30. Okay, 10 plus 10 is 20, 10 plus 30 is equal to 40. 20 less than 40. Yes, 10 is less than 20 is less than 40. That will become true. Okay. So Boolean B15. Okay. Boolean B15. B15 is equals, what I'm doing, 10 less than 10. So we have seen 10 greater than 10. 10 never be less than or greater than 10, right? Till equals. So obviously it will be false. So if you try to execute the same thing here, what is that? B15. Okay, B15 will be false. 10 never less than be the same number. You see that? Again, false. So we'll see these things also. What is that? Boolean B16 is equals to 10 greater than or equals to 10. So now we need to think. 10 is greater than 10 or equal means either of this one. It might be greater than or equal. So it is not greater than but equals, right? So then it will become true. If you want to see that B16 and you just compile and run, it will give true. The reason is greater than or equal. 10 is equals to 10, right? So obviously this is true. Okay. So Boolean B17 is equals to 10 greater than or equals to 20, right? It is not equal nor greater than. So it is false. Boolean B18, okay, is equals to 10 plus 10, okay, greater than or equals to 10 plus 30. What could be the output? 20 is not greater than or equals to 40. So obviously this is false. Okay. Now again we'll see less than or equals, right? B19 is equals to 10 less than or equals to 10. Obviously this is true. The reason is 10 is not less than, but 10 is equals to 10 less than or equal. Any one of the conditions is true. Means this equal is to true. So it became true. Then Boolean B20 is equals 10 less than or equals to 20. Right. Here first condition is true. 10 is less than 20. 10 is not greater than, 10 is not equals to 20, but 10 is less than 20. This condition is true. So because of that, it will return true. Okay. So Boolean B21 is equals to 10 plus 10 less than or equals to 10 plus 30. Right. The same thing. This is also true. The reason is 20 is less than 40. 20 is not equals to 40, but this condition is true. 20 is less than 40. Because of that, this is true. So let me execute at least this last one. Okay. So B21. Okay. It should give me true. You see that? True. So this is how we need to use these relational or comparison operators. Okay. So we have seen all these things: equals to, not equals, greater than, less than, greater than or equal, and less than or equal. Okay. So what could be the possible interview questions from this? What are Java operators? In the high level question, what are Java operators? And specific to this, can you explain Java comparison operators or Java relational operators? Both are same. Okay. That's all in this video. Thank you. Hi. In this video, we will see logical operators in Java. Okay. So what is logical operators? And, or, and not. So 2 ampersands, 2 pipe symbols, 1 not symbol. Okay. So A ampersand ampersand B, it will return true if both A and B are true. Okay. A, B both true, then only true. If A true, B false, or B true, A true, B false, then it will become false. A or B, both true one true, then it will become true. If both false, then it will become false. Not A means if it is true, then it will become false. If it is false, then it will become true. Okay, reverse of that. So let me go to Visual Studio Code. So I created logical operators file, Java class. So we'll see. Okay. So again, it will return true or false means you can hold that value inside the Boolean only. So Boolean B1 is equals to true and true. Okay. Then both sides true means it will return true. Okay. So system dot out dot println then B1. Okay. So till now we are compiling Java C file name.java. After compilation, Java, then class name we are giving. So instead of two statements or two commands, can we give one? Yes, that is possible after from Java 11. So we are using Java version. We are using 17. Okay, so from Java 11 you can use. How it will be? Java. Okay, so logical operators dot Java. Okay, we'll see Java C logical operators dot Java, right? So you just remove the C, Java logical operators dot Java, then hit enter. You see that this is true, true and true, true. It printed true. Now you can use this single command. Okay, so now Boolean B2 is equals to what? True and true and true. Okay, so not only two expressions, it might be both, sorry, more than two. Okay, then even then also, and means all the expressions should return true. So 3 return true, so it is true. If you want to check B2, save and run the single command, you see that true. Okay, so then Boolean B3 is equals to true and true, and last one I give false. Okay, if any one of these things is false, automatically false. In end, all should be true, right? So if I change this to B3, and if you run, you will get false. You see that false. Okay, now Boolean B5 is equals to true or pipe symbol true. For this, any one of the expression is true, then fine. But here both are true, then fine, it is true, right? So let me execute this one, that one also. It is B4. We'll go one by one. So it is B4. Let me save and run. That will give true. Okay. So now Boolean B5 is equals to true or false. Even then also it is true. The reason is any one of the expression is true, then it is true, right? So let me make it B5 and run. This time also it should give true, right? True. So in the end, all the expression should return true, but in the R, any one of this, okay, any one, it is fine. So if Boolean B6 is equals to false or false, so all the expressions are false, then obviously it is false. Okay, if you want to check this, let me make it B6 and run again. You see that false, right? So again, Boolean B7 is equals to not true. It's not true. Not true means obviously false. Exclamatory true means reverse of this true. Okay. Let me put it B7, save and run. It should give me false. You see that? False. The same way, Boolean B8 is equals to not false. Obviously, it will become true. Same way, Boolean B9 is equals to not B1. Right? B1 is what? True. Not B1 means what? It is false. This way also you can give. Okay. Normally in the real time it will be like this. This is just to show how it executes. Means how it will behave. Okay. In the real time, if you do something, you will get the value inside one Boolean value. That value, if you put exclamatory, then it will go reverse of that. So let me execute B9. Execute this. You see that? False. This is false. Right. So Boolean B10 is equals to not B3. What is B3? B3 is false. Not B3 means it is true. Okay. So Boolean B11 is equals to what I'll do, B1 and okay, B2. Now B1 is what? True. B2 is what? True. B1 and B2 both true means it is true. If you put exclamatory in before, then it will become false. Right? It will become false. Let me execute this and see. I should get a false value. You see that? Again it returned false. Okay. Now Boolean B12 is equals to again B5 and B6. Okay. And here exclamatory symbol. B5 is what? True. B6 what? False. True and false will become false. False of this exclamatory means it will become true. Right, reverse of that. So let me execute this. Let me execute this and we'll see it should return true. You see that? It returned true. So this is how you can use these logical operators. Okay. So apart from that, let me copy paste some of the statements. Okay. So this one here, what will happen? Okay. Let me comment this. Let me comment this. So 10 less than 20. This is true. 10 greater than 5. True. Both are true. Means what? This will be true. True and true. True. And here 10 less than 20. True. 10 less than 5. No, false. True and false. Then it will false. Okay. 10 less than 20. True. This is true. Don't bother about even other expression. The reason is R. R means one true means true. Okay. So here 10 less than 20. I don't bother about all these things, whether it's true or false, it will be true only. And here 10 greater than 20. No. 10 less than 5. Both are false. Now I need to see if first one is false, then you need to concentrate on the second one. So false. Now here 10 greater than 20. What is that? No, false. Exclamatory false means it will become true, reverse of the true. Okay. Then 10 less than 20. Yes, true. Then negation of true, then it will become false. This is how it will execute. Okay, so let me execute this and see we are getting the same things or not. Okay, so we should get it's not sufficient to show. Let me let me clear this and then let me execute again. Yeah, you see that true, then false, then true, then true, then false, true, and then false. Whatever we have written, the same thing we are getting here. Okay, so in the real time, how it will be? Just an example I'll show you. So you have if is a condition, that is reserved word. What is if, how it will work, that we will see in our upcoming videos. But is hot. Okay, outside it is hot, or is raining. Okay, it's raining. Then what should we do? Okay, carry an umbrella. Something like that. Okay, so we'll write the conditions like that. If it is raining or if it is outside hot, then you can carry an umbrella. Right. So then any one of these true, then you need to carry an umbrella. That if it is true, it is hot. Okay, but it's not raining. Even then also you can carry umbrella. That is the reason R. It's false. It's not hot. It's raining. Even then also both not happens. Both will not happen. Very, very rare scenario. So it's hot and raining. So carry an umbrella. Just an example I'm showing. This is how you can use this logical operators. Okay. So we have seen not. It's not simple, right? Okay. So what could be the possible interview questions? And the high level, they may ask what are Java operators? Otherwise, can you explain the Java logical operators? What are there? How to use those things? Can you tell me some examples? Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see bitwise operators in Java. Okay. So what are those bitwise operators? So which can be applied to the integer types, long, short, char, byte. So, but this is and A and B copies a bit to the result if it exists in both operands. Okay. So, or if it exists only either. Binary XOR operator copies the bit if it is set in one operand but not both. Okay. So tilde A, binary ones complement operator, this is. Okay, is unary and has the effect of flipping the bits. So it's, if it is 1, it will become 0, something like that. 0 will become 1. Left shift operator. The left operand's value is moved left by the number of bits specified here. Okay, right operand. The same thing, right shift. Okay, so here it will not be very clear, but we'll see these binary values we need to take for each and everything. Okay, so let me go to, we'll explain the same thing here by some examples, then we'll write the program. Okay, so here let me take two values. So two values, A is equals to 4. Okay, one second. So let me take A is, okay, let it be. So A equals to 4, B equals to 5. Okay, so we need to represent these values in the binary. So 4 value is in the binary 0, 1, 0, 0. For the 5, the value is 0, 1, 0, 1. How it will be represented? So the binary will be 2 to the power of 0, 2 to the power of 1, 2 to the power of 2, 2 to the power of 3, something like that, right? So 2 to the power of 0 means 1, 2, 4, 8, then 16, something like that it will give you. So now here, A is equals to 4. How will represent? Okay. So let me take 4 bits is enough. Okay. 4, 8, 4, 2, 1. Okay. So A is equals to 4 means, so whenever you need that value, that will become 1. So remaining things 0, 0. You see that same thing. Means in the one area, what is that? 4. That's how it will work. Now B is equals to 5. 5 means here 1, this is one value, right? 1, 4, 1, 5. So 0, 0. So 0, 1, 0, 1. Okay, this is how you will represent. Okay, now A and B. Okay, A and B. Here, what I need to do, let me take this one. Now A and B. What is A and B? In both the values, if it is 1, then it will become 1. Otherwise, it will not. So 0, 1 means 0. 0, 0 means 0. But 1, 1 means 1. Both 1 means 1. Apart from that, everything is 0. 0, 0 is 0. So now A and B became what? 0, 1, 0, 0. In the 1 position, what is there? 4. So it is 4. A and B equals to 4. This is how you need to calculate. Okay. And now the second one is A or B. Right. That is what we have seen in the table. Now A or B means any one of the value is 1, then it will become 1. Now 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0. Now one position is 1, this one position is 4. 4 plus 1, 5. Right. A and B became 4. A or B became 5. So this is how you need to calculate this bitwise operators. Now that is, what is that another one? Let me see that. You see that? A XR. Okay. A XR. Sorry. So here, what happens? It will reverse the values. Okay. It will reverse. Sorry. What happens here? Now, if any one of the value is 1, if both are same, it will give you 0. Okay. So how it will be? A XR. If any one of one is value is 1, 0, 1, 1 means 1, but 0, 0, 0 only. 1, 1 also 0 only. 0, 0 also 0 only. Means any one of the value is 1, then only it will be 1. If both are same, then it will not consider. 1 means what? 1. A XR B is equals to 1. This is how you need to calculate. Okay. Now, till the A. Okay. So before that, we'll discuss that later. So left shift operator. A less than 2. Okay. Here you will have only one operand, not 2. Okay. So here A, now A is what? A is 0, 1, 0, 0. Okay. Left shift means you need to, how it will be? These things you need to move left shift. Okay. So how we can write this one? If I take something like this, table. This 0 value comes where? This 0 value comes here. You need to leave these two. If it is 1, you need to leave 1. So this will go here. This will go here. Okay. Now what happened? And this will go here. Now it is 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. Right. So now it will shift to left side. It will shift to 2 bits. So it will leave these two, this one. So if you see this one, in the first one, 1, 2, what is that? 4, 8, 16, 32. So 1 is there in the 16. So A lift shift 2 is equals to 16. Okay. We are just shifting 2 bits. This first value become left side 2 shifts. So I'll leave these two. I'll put here. I'll put this one here. It will become 2 bits before this one, this direction. So in this position, what is there? We have 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. So in this position, we have 16. So because of that, A left shift 2 is equal to 16. Okay. So now we'll take A right shift 2. Okay. What is that A first? 0, 1, 0, 0. Right. Same 4. Now it is right shift. Okay. Let me take like this. So these two things will go somewhere here outside. So right side, this value become in the first position 1. The remaining things, if it come also, all zeros. Now what it became? 0, 0, 0, 1. The first value 1 means what? It is 1. So is equals to 1. A right shift 2 is equals to 1. You need to, you leave these two, put outside means right side, right? So put outside, then the first value, this third value will become in the first value here. So that's how it will shift. Okay. If it will shift like that, this one came in the first position. This one means what? This one. Okay. First position is 2 to the power of 0 means 1. A right shift 2 is equals to 1. Okay. Now we'll talk about the tilde. So apart from that, we have some, what do you say? Some shortcuts also. Sorry, no, can't do that. So we have some shortcuts. A left shift 2. Okay. A left shift 2 means what is the formula for this? 2 to the power of n into A. Okay. 2 to the power of n is what? N means this value. 2 to the power of 2 into A is equals to what? 4. 2 to the power of 2, 4. 4 into 4 is equals to 16. Right. A left shift 2 became 16. At the same way, we'll talk about this. A right shift 2. Okay. What is the formula for this? A by 2 to the power of n. What is A? 4 by 2 to the power of n is what? 2. So 4 by 4 is equals to 1. Right. We have got the same 1 here. Right. This is how you need to calculate this A and B, A or B, A XOR B, A left shift, means whatever it is, B A left shift or whatever it is, binary left shift, binary right shift. Okay. Now we'll talk about tilde A. So for this, let me clear this. So we need to be very careful on this. So A is equals to 4, right? Now tilde. Otherwise, I'll take here 5. Okay. I'll take 5 tilde A. So normally this is integer, right? Integer means what? 4 bytes. 4 bytes means 32 bits. Okay, 32 bits. In the 32 bits, first bit is most significant bit. With it will represent your sign. This is positive number or negative number, and the remaining 31 will give you actual value. Okay, so if it is 1, it is negative number. If it is 0, it is positive number. Okay, that's how we'll represent. Now 5 means what? 5 means, if you consider 32 bits, this is positive. Okay, 5 will be represented like 0. First one is positive 0, some zeros and those dash. What is that last? 0 1 0 1. Okay, 0 1 0. This is how it will represent. Now what happens? Tilde a, sorry, 5. A means 5. So now it will flip everything. Okay, it will flip everything. So what will happen? This is 1 means 0 0 0 1 1 0 1 0. Okay, 1 0 1 0 means what? This is 2, this is 8, this is 10 value, decimal. Okay, this is how you need to calculate. But first we'll try to run the program. What will be the output of this? Then we'll come back here. Okay, so go here. Okay, first we'll discuss, then we'll come. Otherwise I need to clean this. So, but in real time, if you give this value, if you run the program, it will give you output as -6. Okay, -6. But I am getting 10. As per the tilde 5, it will flip everything. Okay, so in that way, if you see at least -10 or 10 it will come. Okay, but so Java will consider it is 2's complement. It will give you the output in 2's complement. Okay, how to calculate this 2's complement? Right. So first, what it became? Sorry, these are all 1 1 1. Okay, it will flip right. Normally, if you take 4 bits, if you perform this one, you will get 10. But if you calculate this tilde 5, we need to consider all these values, 32 bits. In the first value is 0, as it is positive 5. So it will become minus. If you want to make it, if you change it to 0 to 1 flip, it will become minus. Okay, this is minus value. Then first part, what you need to do, you need to calculate first 1's complement. Okay, 1's complement, what it will become? 1's complement, it will become, again it will flip. Okay, 0 1 0 1. Okay, and then it will 0 0 0 0, something like that. Now if you change 1's complement to second step 2's complement, okay, then you need to add +1. Okay, that's how we'll calculate. In the 2's complement, if both are 1, okay, both are 1, it will become 0. Okay, and then 1 will move to here. Okay, then 0 1 1 1 1, as it is, it will come 1 0. Now it became what? 0 1 1 0. Okay, you need to add +1, 1 1 become 10, something like that. 10, then we'll give 1 here, 0 here, 0 1 1 1, and now it became 0 1 1 0. If you take 1 2 4 8, something like 2 to the power of 0, something, Then one position is there, what? 4 plus 2 became 6. Already it became minus, negative. So it became minus 6. Okay, that's how it will become minus 6. So if you want to make it simple, 5 is 0, 1, 0, 1. Okay, then tilde 5 means it will become, it will flip. Tilde 5 means it will flip. Flip means what? 1, 0, 1, 0. It is 10. Now if you want to make it 2's complement, okay, 2's complement of 10, how it will become? Again it will become 0, 1, 0, 1, and you added 1, right? So is tilde, the positive number will become negative number, it is minus 6. Okay, still confusing. Okay, still confusing. We have one formula. Okay, we have one formula. Now I'll give tilde n is equals to, this is positive number. Okay, positive will become negative and n plus 1. Okay, if you want to get the negative number minus n, then it will become positive, then n minus 1. Very simple. Okay, if you're not able to understand this one, not able to calculate this one, then simple formula. Okay, tilde n is equal to minus of n plus 1. Tilde minus n means plus of n minus 1. First it will symbol become reverse, and if it is positive, plus 1, if it is negative, minus 1. That simple it is. Okay, now we'll take some examples and we'll see. Let me clear this. So let me go back to here. So I have created bitwise operators class. So now I will write int a is equals to 4, int b is equals to 5. That's what we have taken, right? Then system dot out dot println a and b. So what we did, that became 4. Okay, so now I'll take a or b. Okay, it became 5 when we calculated. Okay, now a XOR, okay, that is the symbol, it became what? It became 1. Okay, now a left shift 2 became 16. Then a right shift 2 became what? This is also 1. Okay, then again I have taken tilde of b. B is 5, right? It became minus 6. Okay, minus 6. And I'll take one more. Tilde of, I'll take minus 10. Then it will become plus 9. Okay, that is what we have seen theory. Now we'll try to execute this and we'll see, are we getting the same output or not. Okay, so let me copy this bitwise operators, and here Java bitwise operators dot Java, and you see here outputs. Let me rerun this. It's not showing full. You see that first one is 4, second one is 5, then 1, 16, then 1, minus 6, plus 9. Right. This is how you will calculate these values with the help of bitwise operators. Okay. Now, if you go back, what could be the possible interview questions? The same question, what are Java operators in the high level? And from this topic, they might ask, Can you explain Java bitwise operators? Can you tell me how left shift will work, right shift will work, the tilde a work, and will work, or will work? Specific to that level also they might ask. Okay, so that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video we will see ternary operators in Java. Okay, you can say ternary operators. So what is ternary operators? This operator evaluates a Boolean expression, so Boolean expression, and assign the value based on the result. So if it is true, then it will give me this one, this after this question mark. If it is false, it will give me after semicolon, sorry, colon. Okay, so this is how you will write. So we'll take one example and we'll see. So let me go to Visual Studio Code. So I have created a class called ternary operator. So to explain this, first you should know if and else conditions. Those are conditional things in Java, but conditional statements. But to demonstrate this, we'll see. So int marks is equals to 50. Okay, I have marks equals to 50. Then I'll compare these marks with if these marks greater than 35. Okay, if these marks are greater than 35, system dot out dot println say pass. Okay, if the marks are greater than 35, pass. Else, okay, if it is not, then system dot out dot println fail. Okay, so this is how we'll write, we'll compare these marks. If it is greater than 35, you know, this is what? These are comparison operators. That is comparing 50 greater than 35. Yes, marks already assigned 50. 50 is greater than 35. Yes, then it is pass. Okay, so let me execute this first. We'll see how it executes. Java ternary operators dot Java. You see pass. Then what I will do, I'll make it 50 to 30. So what happens? 30 is greater than 35? No. Then it will jump into else condition. In the else condition, what is there? Fail. So obviously it will print fail. Fail. So instead of writing these many lines, we can make it only single line. Okay, so let me comment this. Okay, let me comment this. Now we'll use the ternary operator. So first I'll take string result is equals to, okay, so you need to give the Boolean condition. Okay, so I'll not comment this, I need that, right? I'll comment these things. So now marks greater than 35. So this is what I'm doing, like marks greater than 35. I'm doing the same Boolean expression. If it is success, what is the string I want to print? Pass. This is else, this colon, then fail, and then close this, terminate. That's all. If and else will become single line. Now system dot out dot println, I'll print the result. Where is the result? I am storing the result in this result variable. So I'll print the same, I'll use the same thing. Okay, that result I'll print. Now my marks are 30. 30 means 30 greater than 35? No. For this is false. When it is false, it will go and execute this last one after colon. Okay, so let me clear this, execute, you'll get fail. Okay, fail. So I'll make the marks as 40. Okay, I'll make the marks 40. Now 40 greater than 35. So obviously it will go this condition. Now it will pass. If it is true, then it will execute this 1. If it is false, then we'll execute this one in the terminal. So let me execute again. This time it will pass. You see, pass. That simple it is. Okay, what you need to do? You need to take the Boolean expression and you need to mention question mark. This condition means this. What you say, like what you have written there? True expression and false expression. Okay, this is true expression. If it is true, this is true expression, it will print. If it is false, it is false expression, it will print. So instead of writing these many lines, you can make it only one line. Okay, so what could be the possible interview questions here also? What are Java operators? Can you tell me what is ternary operator and what is the advantage to use ternary operator? Okay, so that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see data type conversion or typecasting. So when assigning one data type to another data type, the two types might not be compatible with each other. If the data types are compatible, then Java will perform the conversion automatically, and it is called automatic type conversion. And if both are not compatible, then we need to cast or convert explicitly. Okay, so we have two types of conversions in Java. The first one is widening or automatic conversion. The second one is narrowing or explicit conversion. So we will see with the example these things. So first, widening or automatic conversion, what it is. Okay, when a small primitive data type value is automatically accommodated in a bigger or wider primitive data type, this is called widening of the variable. For example, int type variable is assigned to long type variable without any data loss or issues. Means you see here int I equals to 10. Long L is equals to I, means I am assigning integer value to long. So there is no problem. The reason is long will have like it will occupy more memory, right? So you can copy, means you can assign integer value to long. There is no problem and you will not get any error, and Java will take care of these things automatically. Okay, so when you try to print this system.out.println I, the output is 10, and system.out.println L, the output is 10. There is no problem, you will get the output. So you can assign the lower values into lower data type to higher data type. Okay, so that is called widening or automatic conversion. So narrowing or explicit conversion. When a larger primitive data type values is assigned to a smaller size primitive data type, this is called a narrowing of the variable. It can cause some data loss due to less number of bits available to store the data, right? So when you try to put this larger data type into smaller data type, obviously, then you lose some data. We will see that with an example. It requires explicit typecasting to required data type. For example, int type variable is assigned to byte type variable with data loss. Okay, see just an example. Float f is equals to 100.0 f, right? So if I try to put this f into I, what happens? It will not fit. For that, you need to typecast with the help of this in front of this value. If you put that what type, this left side we have int, right? The same type you need to mention here. I am converting this into this int type. So this is called explicit conversion. So you need to mention the same data type here with this brackets. Then it will convert into, means float converted into integer. But when you try to print, actually it has to print 100.0, but it will print 100 only. The reason is integer value will store only these. It will not take the decimal values, right? So because of that, it will skip the decimal value. So you lost this decimal value when you converted from float to int. Okay, so we'll go to Visual Studio Code. and we'll try to write one program. So data type, otherwise typecasting dot Java. So I need to create class, public class typecasting, public static void main string aux. So now, in simple term, what do you mean by casting? Casting means converting one data type to another data type. This is simple definition. One type to another data type. Now we'll see implicit. Okay. Otherwise automatic type conversion. How it will be. So let's take an example. You have double D is equals to 10. Okay. What is this value? Actually, value is, that value is what? So integer. So to make it more clear, I'll say int I is equals to 10. Then I'll change 10 this to I. Means I am trying to assign one integer value to double. So there is no problem. The reason is the integer is taking less memory, double will take more memory. So without any issues, you can assign integer values to double. Okay. So this is what int to double. No problem. Automatically it will convert. Then I can say float f is equals to I. Okay. Float f is equals to I. Here also there is no problem. Okay. So it will convert integer to float without any issues. That is automatic. So int to float. And long L is equals to I. All right, long L is equals to I. Here also no problem. Lower into higher. So we can do automatically int to long. Okay. And the same way, I have float f1 is equals to 1.234 f, something like this. If I take double, d1 is equals to f1. Okay. Now I am assigning float value to double. Double is more than float. So automatically there is no problem. It is automatically convert from low float to what? Double. Okay. This is automatic conversion. So if you want to print, okay, what I will do, system.out.println. What I'll print here? So I'll print D. Okay, I'll print D. Let me take, let me take these things also. DFL. Okay, DFL. And the same way, if I try to print D1, okay, whatever we have done here, we will see. What is this? Typecasting. I'll try to execute this. Java typecasting.java. You see that? Now integer, I'm storing it to double. The default double will have what? Decimal value. So 10 is become 10.0. It is applicable for float also. The integer converted to float. No problem. And long is also converted to what? 10. So it will not give you that L, but output is showing 10, but there is no problem, no issues. So F1 is equals to, now it is 1.234 converted into some double value. Okay, it increased these decimal values. Okay, that's how it will happen. Okay, so now what we will do, just a separator to differentiate that information. So now what I'll do, int I1 is equals to what? 1.234. Okay, I'll give something like this. Now int I2 is equals to 10L. Okay, int I3 is equals to 1.23 F. And the same way, float, okay, float F2 is equals to 1.2345, something like that. Okay, if I'm not mentioning F means this is double. Okay, now if I try to print this information, okay, now what I'm doing here, I am assigning what? Double to int. So you will get error. It is not possible. Okay, so you cannot store bigger value into smaller value. Here long to int, you will get error. Here also float to integer. No, it's not possible, error. Here float to double. Sorry, double to float. I'm trying to, so not possible, error. So let me change this one to I1, I2, I3, and here F2. Okay, now I'm trying to print these values. So if this is Eclipse or IntelliJ IDE, then automatically here itself it will show error. Okay, so otherwise when you compile, the compile time means when you the moment when you write, it will show. You cannot do all these things. Okay, so we'll see what exactly error will get. You see that? You see I1 is called 1.234, double to int error. Issue is the actual error is incompatible types, possible lossy conversion from double to int, possible lossy conversion from double to int. Okay, and then here also possible lossy conversion from long to int and then double to float. Okay, right. So we got 4 errors. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 errors we have got. So what we'll do, this is how it is not possible. Now how it will be possible? Let me comment this code. Let me first, I'll copy this and I'll comment this. So the same thing, I'll copy paste again. Now I have to do explicit conversion. So what I will do now, explicit conversion. Okay, so how it is possible? So explicit conversion, what I told you, left side what is there, we need to mention the same thing here in the brackets. Now I am saying explicitly convert this double to int. Okay, so same thing for remaining things also. Okay, here what I need to do, I need to convert this double to float. Okay, now we explicitly converted which form I want. I need to put the same thing here. Okay, now you will not get these errors. Okay, remove this error. But what we'll get, we will see. Okay, you see that it became 1. it became 10. Again, it became 1. Now the last one became 1.2345. Okay. So here it will not show F, but it will give you that floating point value. See, there is a loss in the data. Actual value is 1.234, but it removed this 0.234. Okay. Here 0.23 is their float. It removed 0.23. We lost some data. So when you do this type of conversion, explicit conversion, there is a chance of losing some data. Here, if you have more than something like this, then we'll try to do the same thing. You see that you have more information. That double will be more decimal values, right? But what happened? It narrowed down. Right. So it is giving only till here only. Means you lost some data. So this is how the type conversion will happen in Java. And we'll see one more thing. One last example we'll see. Try to understand. So let's take an example. You have double. We use D2. We have double D1. Double D2 equals to 12.34. Okay, plus 3. What could be the output? Okay, we'll see what is the output and we'll discuss that. D2. Okay, so when I try to execute the same thing again, you see that it became 15.34. Okay, 15.34. 12 plus 3, what? 15.34. So internally, how it will do? Okay, so 12.34. Now it will become automatic type conversion 3.0. It will become 3.0. Okay, first it will convert this integer to this double. Okay, then it is adding. Right, automatically it will take care of this. So this is how it will execute. Okay, type, it will convert and it will execute and it will give the output. It only looks for the, it will not look for the decimal values. It will look for this before this point, decimal point, 12 plus 3. After that, it will add some zeros and it will give the output. It will add and give the output as 15.34. Okay, so this is all about type conversion in Java. So what are the possible interview questions here? What is type conversion or type casting in Java? What is widening in Java? What is narrowing in Java? Means type conversion. What is implicit conversion or what is explicit conversion? Okay, so you may face these kind of questions in your interview. Okay, that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see wrapper classes in Java. So Java provides type wrappers, which are classes that encapsulate a primitive type within an object. Okay, so for each and every primitive data type, you have a wrapper class. A wrapper class wraps or encloses around a data type and gives it an object appearance. Okay, so each and every primitive type will convert it into this reference type and you'll have an object appearance for that. Whatever the data type is required as an object, this object can be used. Wrapper classes include methods to unwrap the object and give back the data type. Okay, so simply it will become class type. So if you take this table, this type, this way you have primitive type. This side you have wrapper class. So this side integer. For integer you have one wrapper class called integer. For long you have long. Short you have short. Double, you have double. Float, float. Byte, byte. Char, character. Boolean, boolean. For each and every primitive type, respective wrapper class is available. Okay. Uses of wrapper classes. When two methods wants to refer to the same instance of primitive type, then pass wrapper class as method argument. Generics in Java works only with object and does not support primitive types. And collections in Java deal with only objects. To store a primitive type in one of these classes, you need to wrap the primitive type in a class. When you want to refer null from data type, you need an object. Primitives cannot have null as value. So these are all uses, but at this point of time may not understand, but going forward, you can relate all these things while we going forward and write some programming. Okay. So primitive type to wrapper class, how you can do that? There are two ways to converting a primitive type into an object of corresponding wrapper class. The first one is using constructor. So what do you mean by constructor? That we don't know till now. Constructor is a kind of method. Okay, we have seen main method, right? This is kind of method, but a special method they'll call. So, but we'll, in our upcoming videos, we will see what is constructor, but using constructor, and that is not recommended. Okay. And using static factory method, such as value of method. Okay. So if you take an example using constructor, you see integer, you will create an object. Okay, reference is equals to new. Again, this class, and this is called constructor, integer with brackets, right? Class name, after class name, you have these brackets. So it become constructor. Okay, in the constructor, you are passing some integer value. So this 25, I'm assigning to this int object. This is called reference. Okay, so this way it is deprecated. You will get the output, but it will say it is deprecated. If you write the same code in Eclipse or IntelliJ, you can see this strikeout. But if you write the same thing in text editor, you may not see that. Okay? Using static factory method. So same thing can be represented using integer int object is equal integer dot value of 25. Then this 25 is assigned to this int object. Then you can print, or you want to do whatever you want to do, you can do. Okay, but this is preferred way using static factory method. So here the value of method returns an instance representing the specified int value. So it will give you the int value. Okay, so wrapper class to primitive type. Now I want to do it reverse. Okay, so converting from wrapper to primitive is very simple. We can use the corresponding methods to get the primitive type. For example, int value, double value, short value. Okay, if it is a class, reference type class means class will have some methods. So these are all methods. Integer dot, this value of is a method inside this integer. In the same way, integer int obj is equals integer dot value of 25. Now I want to convert this. Int I equals to something. I have given primitive value, but int I is equals int obj dot int value. So then it will convert into integer, and it will assign to this primitive value. Okay, so we'll take an example and see. So from JDK 5, Java added two important features called auto boxing and auto unboxing. Okay, what do you mean by auto boxing? Auto boxing is the automatic conversion of the primitive types into their corresponding object wrapper classes. Okay, integer means primitive to wrapper class. For example, converting an int to an integer and a char to character is auto boxing. We can simply pass or assign a primitive type to an argument of reference accepting wrapper class object. Okay. So if you take this example, you may not understand. Okay, below, so I have taken one. This is called an array, integer array. You need to pass something like this. How you will make sure that integer array, you need to pass integer new array list. When you loop through this one, what I'm doing, int I is equals to 1, I less than 10, I plus plus. Means here I'm taking one value, means integer value. So I'm adding I to this list. So I am passing normal int, but it is converting into this integer and it is adding to this list. Okay? Below both lines are same as Java turns the first line code to second line code automatically. Actually, what we need to do, integer dot value of I, but I'm giving simply I. So this will automatically convert from int to integer class, wrapper class. Okay, that is called auto boxing. So auto unboxing. Auto unboxing happens when the conversion happens from wrapper class to its corresponding primitive type. Means we can pass or assign a wrapper class object to an argument or reference accepting primitive type. Okay. So here capital integer means I is type of wrapper class that I'm assigning to this sum. What is this sum? Is normal int. So I'm doing a reverse. Even then also it is accepting auto unboxing integer to int. Okay. So before this, we'll go to Visual Studio Code. We'll try to write one program. Wrapper classes dot Java. Okay. So we'll take some examples and see. Public class, wrapper classes, public static void main, string aux. So inside this, first what we'll do, primitive to wrapper. Okay, primitive to wrapper will do. So for that, what we need to do, integer int object, something like that. This is instance of that, reference of that class. New is an object, keyword. With the help of new, you will create an object. Okay. So new integer, in the brackets, you need to mention some value. Okay. Now I'll try to print this int obj. Okay. So we'll see what will happen. Java, .java. You see that I got the output 10, but one warning. What it is saying, removal integer of int in integer has been deprecated and marked for removal. So going forward, they will completely remove. They'll not even accept to write something like this. But now they are saying this is deprecated. Don't use something like that. So they are giving instead of error one warning. Okay. Then how we can write this one? So we have seen the second way, right? What is that? Is equals to integer dot value of 10. Okay. This is the suggested way. Okay. Now, if you run the same program, you will get the output, but no errors. You see, no warnings, no errors. Simply 10. So this is the preferred way. Okay. Now, this is not only integer, you can do for double d is equals to double dot, same methods, value of, I can say 20.123, something like that. And control, I'll do it again. I'll copy paste. So D. Okay. I'll save this program and I'll run this. You see that same output. So this is applicable for this. Primitive to wrapper is applicable for all primitive types, not only integer. Just for the sake of demonstration, I took integer. Okay. Now we'll see wrapper to primitive. Okay. How it will happen? Int val is equals anything. Int value is equals to int object dot. I'm taking the same this one. Int object dot int value. Okay. Int object dot int value. Now if I try to print this one, here I need to mention value. Okay, you will get the same output. Again 10. You see that? 10. You can do with the help of dot int value, you can convert into integer. With the value of, you can convert this integer to integer wrapper class. Okay, this is primitive to wrapper, wrapper to primitive. Now we'll see so auto boxing. Okay. So I can take byte b is equals to, right. We have said what we have said, we need to put something like this, right? But with the help of auto boxing, you can directly store the value. Okay. Short s is equals to, I'll put some value 10. Integer I is equals to, I can put 100 or 1, 2, 3, something like that. No errors, nothing you'll get. Okay. What we have written previously, integer dot value of 1, 2, 3 we have written. But with the auto boxing facility, we can directly, how we have given int I is equal to 1, 2, 3, at the same integer I is equals to 1, 2, 3. Okay. Long L is equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 L. Okay. And float. So these are all wrapper classes should start with capital letter. Okay. It is in such a way they created and the same naming conventions. Float f is equals to 12.345 f. Okay. Double, I can say, I have taken already d. Double d1 is equals to 12.34567, something like that. And character, instead of character c is equals to, I can put some character value. And then you have boolean, bool is equals to true. So this is how you can use. No need to mention the same way. This way is no need. Okay. Now this is called auto boxing. If you want to check whether it is working fine or not. Okay. System dot out dot println. I'll print f value. Okay. If this is not possible, I need to get an error rate, but we'll see. You see that 12.345, right? 12.345. So it's working, right? So auto unboxing, we will see. Okay. So if I is equals to 1, 2, 3. Okay. If condition. So here I am comparing these two values, left side into right side. This I is referring what? Integer wrapper class. Okay. This is integer wrapper class I representing. But this 1, 2, 3 is what? Normal integer. So this 1, 2, 3 is equals to 1, 2, 3. This I what I mentioned 1, 2, 3 only. So 1, 2, 3 is equals to 1, 2, 3. But internally what I am comparing here, integer is equals to int. Something like that I have written. Okay. Even then also, whether it will work or not, we will see. We'll try to execute and see. So system.out.println. Yes, this is an integer. Okay. I'm just typing something like this. The reason is the I is representing integer class. This 1, 2, 3 normal is normal int. So I'm comparing both integer is equal to int. Means auto unboxing. This is converting into this one by default automatically. So if it is correct, then it will go inside this and it will print this one. If it is not correct, it will not print this. So we'll verify. If it is printing, means working fine. You see that? Yes, this is an integer. So working fine, auto unboxing also. Okay. This is what wrapper classes in Java. Okay. So if you see the possible interview questions, what is wrapper class in Java? What is the use of wrapper class? What is auto boxing? What is auto unboxing? Okay. The wrapper class are all available for all primitive types or any restriction. Okay. So these type of questions you may face. Okay. That's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see method in Java. What is method and what is the purpose of method? We will see in Java. So method. A method is a collection of statements that perform some specific task and return result to the caller. So method means a collection of statements, means some code. You can say some lines of code. So collection of statements that perform some specific task and return result to the caller. A method can perform some specific task without returning anything also. Here I'm saying it will return result to the caller. So without this also it can perform. There is no rule that it has to return something to the caller. It purely depends upon our requirement. Methods allow us to reuse the code without retyping the code. So this is the biggest advantage. So you have something that is frequent, means you want to use the same thing again and again. So for that, you no need to write this same code again and again. So because of that, you can create a method that you can keep calling that method whenever you need. Okay, it will simplify your job. You cannot write a method inside a method. So you are writing a method. Inside that method, if you try to write another method, it will not allow. But you can call a method from another method. So you have two methods. From one method to another method, you can call, but you cannot write. Okay. So this is the basic information about method. If you see this one, like you see public, there's a simple method. Okay. Public int max. We have written public static void main, right? It's very similar. Here we do not have static, but you can put static also. The purpose is different. So public int max, these are called in the bracket. We have given till now only normal brackets, right? So whenever you write some method, it is normal bracket. Otherwise, public static void main. Inside that you have string args, right? So the same way you have int a comma int b. These are called parameter list. So this is method name. These are parameters. This is called modifier, and this is called return type. I said return type, right? There is no rule that you should have return type. Without return type also, you can create a method or write a method. So these are all statements. These are all statements. Okay. So from here, after the method, you will start this curly braces. After writing your code, then you will end your curly braces. In between, whatever it is there called body of the method. So inside this body, you have these statements, collection of statements. Okay. So this is return type. Sorry, this is modifier. This is return type. This is method name. These are parameters. And this is the body of your, these are all statements, collection of statements. Okay. So if you talk about the modifier, modifier defines access type of the method. That is from where it can be accessed in your application. We have 4 types of access specifiers. Means just now we discussed, we can call one method from another method, right? We can call a method from another method. But while calling, that is not a straightforward. There are some rules. So what is that? If it is public, You see, I mentioned here public. Instead of public, I can put protected, I can put private, I can put default. Okay. So, but what is the difference between when you put a specific modifier? Public, accessible in all the classes in the application. You created an application, inside that application, you have 100 classes. Okay. So many classes. But if you create a method with public, you can call that method from all the 100 classes. Wherever you want, you can access that. Okay. So that is what public. If you talk at protected, accessible within the class. So where you created that method, inside the class, you can access. Apart from that, in which it is defined and its subclasses. Subclasses means the topic is called inheritance. So you are getting some information from another class. Okay. So that we will see in our upcoming classes or videos. But here, one class is getting some values from the another class. Okay. So that is when you have protected, then you can use in your subclasses also. Okay. Private, very restricted. Private, accessible only within the class in which it is defined. So if you create a method inside one class, you can access only in that class. Outside of that class, you cannot access. Okay. What about default? Default means declaring or defining without using any modifier. Means if you want to mention that is default, no need to mention any modifier. Okay. If you are not putting public, protected, private, means by default, it will become default. This accessible within the same class and a package within which its class is defined. So within the class, how you do in the private, you can do. Apart from that, this class is inside a package, let's assume. So inside the package, you have some other class also. In those classes, you can access. Okay, that is the visibility of this default. So at this point of time, it may not be clear, but going forward, you will understand everything. So what do you mean by return type? The data type of the value returned by the method or void if does not return a value. So here, after executing this code, it will give you the output in the form of integer. Okay. If a greater than b, return a, means it is giving me a back. What is this a? Integer. So once it is executing this set of code, it is giving me an integer back. So when you are giving some integer back, so you need to mention I am getting integer. You need to mention in the method that after executing this code, I am getting the output in the form of integer. Okay. So to mention that, you'll write the return type. After executing everything, if it is not giving anything, okay, if it is not returning anything, then you need to mention void, void, public static void, right? That void is means it will not return anything back to the caller. Okay. So with the examples, you'll understand. But so this is called return type. Method name. It is the name of the method to identify that, right? Without name, how you can access, how you can call, right? How you can write even. So rules for fields names apply to the names as well, right? We already seen in one of our previous videos about naming convention, right? There we have discussed how to write a method name. Parameter list. Comma separated list of the input parameters are defined, preceded within their data type, within the enclosed parenthesis. We have seen in the bracket int a comma int b. Those are called parameter list. If there are no parameters, then you must use empty parenthesis, right? The parenthesis, the bracket is mandatory. If you do not have anything in the inside, that means there is no parameter list. Okay. So method body, it is enclosed between braces. The code you need to be executed to perform your intended operations, right? While you write the set of statements, you have something to execute, right? That will be your method body. So how many types of methods you have? Simple method, method with parameters, static methods, methods with return type. Okay, we'll see in detail one by one in our upcoming videos. Okay, simple method, method with parameters, static methods with return type. Okay, so what could be the possible interview questions from this? What is method? What is the purpose of method? What is return type in Java? Explain about access modifiers, public, private, protected, default, all these things. You might get these kind of questions. Okay, so that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see simple method in Java. Okay, how a typical method will looks like in Java. So for that, let me go to Visual Studio Code. I have created a class called simple method. Okay, so inside this, instead of means we need some statements, right? So this is also main method. Okay, so inside this system.out.println, I will write some code. Okay, let me copy this one. So I'll write my name is Krishna Sakinala. Okay, and then what I'll write here, please like the video. Again, what I'll do, please share the video. Okay, and then again I'll write some more things. Please subscribe to the channel to support me. Okay, I have written something like this. And again, thanks for subscribing to the channel. So I have written some statements here. System.out.println. So when I try to execute this, let me execute first. We'll see. You see that it is giving me all the output here. For some reason or some purpose, I want to execute same these 5 lines of statements again and again and again. Multiple times I want to print this information. Okay, so what I'll do, I can copy this. I pasted this. Simple, copy paste. This time it will execute 2 times. It will give me 2 times. You see that? Sorry. Save and execute. You see that my name is Krishna. Like the video, share the video, subscribe, thanks for, and again same thing. If I want again, I can copy paste again, simple. But is it a good way to do this? How many times you know, how many times you will copy paste this? I want 100 times. 100 times, 100 into 5, 500 lines of code you write. And some reason, I want to change something in this. Instead of thanks for subscribing to the channel, I want to change thank you for subscribing to my channel. But if I want to change this simple thing, I need to do this for 100 lines. If I type 100 times, right? It's not a good practice. Okay, so what you can do for this? Then you can create a method with this information and you can keep calling that. So how you can do this? I will remove all these things. Okay, so I will comment this code. So we'll see the best way to do this. Okay, system.out.println. My name is Krishna Sakinala, I have written, but remaining things I want to move it to somewhere. You can move everything. It purely depends upon your requirement. So outside this method, okay, not inside this method. Okay, outside. A method cannot be written inside another method. We have seen, right? This is a method, main method. Inside this, you cannot create a method, but you can call a method. Okay, so I'll create. We have seen modifier, public. Normally we'll use public. We will see in detail about coming videos, but in a typical way, we'll write public void what I'll do, subscribe to the channel. I have given a name to my method. Okay. Inside this, what I'm doing, please like the video, share the video, and subscribe to my channel. So this is a method. Okay. So we have, what is this? Modifier, public modifier, void return type. Void means it will not give you back anything. It will not return anything. Subscribe to the channel is a method name. So there is no parameters. If you want, you can put, but it depends upon your requirement. What is the purpose of writing this method? So inside this, I have written this information, these three statements. Okay. I can create how many methods I want. Okay. Now again, public void, what I can name this, thank you note. Okay. I can say, I'm just giving one hypothetical name. Inside this, what I'll put, thank you for subscribing to my channel. Okay. That's it. So now what I can do here, instead of writing these many lines, I want these lines, right? So these three lines went into where? This method. So I can call this method inside this method. So how you can call this method? So if you want to call any method, you need to create an object to that method class. Simple method sm is equals to new simple method. So we have seen in our previous videos, integer I is equals to new integer of 10, something like that. But you need to create a class. This is reference. This is a keyword called new keyword. With the help of new keyword, you will create an object. This is constructor this class. Okay. So we'll understand everything in our upcoming videos. But here you need to create an object to the class, then object dot. So when you say object dot, you will get everything inside the class. So you need to call this method something like this. That's it. sm dot subscribe to the channel. Okay. And the same way, sm dot thank you note. That's it. I'm calling two methods. I'm calling two methods. Okay. So if I try to run this, you will get the same output. You see, my name is Krishna Sakinala. Please like the video, share the video, subscribe to the channel. Thank you. How it is executing. So the moment when it comes here, so first it will come here. So it will execute this line. After this executing this line, it will create an object. It will go to this method. So the moment when see this method, okay, there is a method, I need to go to inside this method. So obviously it will go to that method. Where is that method? Here. It will enter into this one. It will execute line by line. Okay, this one, this one, this one. The moment when it sees this curly braces means end means, so the method executing is done. So it will go back to here. Okay. Then to the next line. In the next line also it find one method. Okay, let me go to this method. So it will go inside this method. It will execute whatever there inside this method. And after completion of this, it will come back here. Okay. After that, if you have anything, it will execute. After that, it finds ending. So it will come out of that entire thing and it will give me the output. Okay, fine. What is the benefit? Right. If I want these three lines again, then you just call this. That's it. Call again. That's it. So 6 lines became 2 lines. Okay. If you want to do 100 times, 100 into 3, 300 lines of code you need to write. But here you can call this 100 times. Right. Just an example I'm seeing. Okay. If you have some code that is reusable, then create a method, move that logic to that method, and whenever you need, keep calling that. Okay. That is the advantage of method. So when you You see that again it is coming 2 times, right? This is how you can create a method and you can call. This is very simple. Going forward, without method, you cannot write anything. You cannot execute anything. That important method is. So going forward, each and every program will create a method, will try to execute that method, then it will become very clear. At this point of time, you just understand this. Okay. So this is a simple method in Java. So what could be the possible interview questions? People may ask, what is method? What is the purpose of method? How to achieve reusability in Java? So with the help of method, you can achieve the reusability. Okay. These kind of questions you may face. Okay. That's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see methods with parameters in Java. So in one of our previous videos, we have seen that how to create a simple method and execute. So in this, we will see with parameters. Okay. For this, let me go to Visual Studio Code. Here I have created a method with parameters. One of the classes I created here. And then inside this, just take an example first. I have some students. I want to print student marks. Okay, just an example. So int A is a subject. Let's assume I have A, B, C, 3 subjects. It will be easy to write. So I'm just saying A is a subject, B is a subject, C is a subject. Let's assume int A is equals to 10. Int B is equals to 20. Int C is equals to 30. Right. So now I say int D is equals to A plus B plus C. Okay. I'm adding all the marks. Now I'll try to print this. System.out.println. So inside this, I'll say total marks, something like this, and I'll concatenate this with a D. Okay, that is total. Right. So let me execute this. Let me execute this. That will give me what? Total marks are 60. Okay, that's fine. But now I want to calculate for another student. Okay. Int E is equals to 40, comma, I'll write in single line. Right, we have seen that how to write. So, comma, G is equals to 60. Okay. Int H is equals to E plus F plus G. I'm adding. Again, I'll say total marks. I'll copy paste here. And then the total marks are what? H. Okay. So fine. I'll try to execute the same thing again. This time 60, I think 150 you'll get. Okay. First student marks is 60. Second student's marks 150. Fine. I have 100 students in my class. Okay. If I want to do this again and again, how many times I'll do? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. I cannot write something like that. Okay. So simply my requirement is I have 3 subjects. With the help of these 3 subjects, I need to add these marks and print that marks. Right. So for that, see, this is reusable, right? Giving these 3 subjects and adding total and printing. This everything is reusable, means repetitive. So whenever it is repetitive, we need to make it reusable. So for that, what I need to do means for we will do. So the purpose of method is what? Writing the reusable method. So public void student marks. Otherwise, you can say calculate student marks. Whatever it is, student marks. So inside this, I want 3 subjects, right? Int subject 1 marks. Okay. Int how many subjects are there? 3 subjects. So I need to pass three parameters. Int subject 3 marks. Okay, this is how I need to pass. Parameters means these subjects I'm passing. I need this information when I'm executing this method. I need this information. There is only int. No, it might be double, long, float, boolean. According to your requirement, you need to pass. Okay, here I am calculating the marks. Normally marks will be in the form of integer. So I'm taking. There is no restriction that you need to pass only integers in the method. No, you can pass anything. You can even pass class. Okay, integer, float, all primitive types. You have reference type, array, list, all these things. Those also you can pass as a parameters. Okay, so now what I need, int total marks is equals to subject 1 marks plus subject 2 marks plus subject 3 marks. Okay, after calculating, I need to just print. So I'll copy this. So total marks are what? Total marks. I'm concatenating this to this string. Okay, I'm printing that. So now it became simple. I keep calling this method again and again. So how you can do that? So I need to create method with parameters, MWP, whatever name you want, you can give here. This reference name, you can give whatever you want. You can give something like this, random also, some junk also. But if tomorrow, if you revisit your code, you should understand what is the purpose of writing this. So because of that, you will put some meaningful names. Normally it will be method with parameters only, but small m. This is reference, right? You can give something like this in the real time, but for our purpose, simplified, you will say method with parameters, MWP. Okay, so method with new method with parameters. Right. So now I need to call that method MWP dot student marks. While calling this student marks, this method needs 3 parameters. If you put like this, previously we have done, right? Subscribe to the channel. In the previous video, we called subscribe to the channel this way. Nothing is there inside that. So, but if you call the same thing this way without providing these parameters, and if you try to execute this, you will get error. What error you will get? So that is the advantage, right? You see that mp.student marks found no arguments. Reason is actual and formal arguments list differ in length. So it needs 3, but it is not finding anything. Error, method students in class, method with parameters cannot be applied to given types. Okay, this kind of error you will get. So for that purpose, what I need to do, I need to pass these values. First integer value 10, 20, 30. Okay. Once you create an object, you can use the same object multiple times to call the same method. So second time, what are the second student marks? 40, 50, 60. Right, this simple. So you keep calling that method. How many students you have? That many times you keep calling and pass the student marks in this method. Okay. You see that same output. This is without calling this method, the upper code, but after this creating an object and calling that method, passing this student marks as parameters, you'll get the same output. If you have 100 students, you call this 100 times. But here, if you write something like this also, 100 into 3, 300 times you need to do. Here only 100 times. Just an example I'm seeing. Okay. If it is reusable code, if you're using the code in 2 times also in the real time, create a method, push that code to method and call that method. Not 100 times. If it is 2 times also, you need to make a method. Okay, make it reusable. We don't know in the future how many times we need. Okay, this is how you can create a method with parameters These parameters might be anything. Int long boolean, int double float, whatever it is, whatever combination you want, you can give. Okay, so this is all about method with parameters. So what could be the possible interview questions? The same thing, they may ask what is method, how to achieve reusability in the method, how to pass the parameters in Java. Okay, means method with parameters. Okay, so that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see methods with return type. Okay, in our previous videos, we have seen simple method with parameters. Now we will see methods with return type. For this, let me go to Visual Studio Code. I have created one class called method with return type. Okay, so let's take an example. I have an employee and I'm calculating the employee salary. Okay, so for that, I am creating a method. Okay, public void employee salary. And what could be the parameters for this? So we have seen that what is parameter, how to pass parameter, right? So in our previous video, method with parameters. So int basic salary, I can say. Okay, then int HRE. Okay, int bonus. Just an example, right? Okay, so I want to calculate the total salary for that particular employee. So I can say int net salary is equals to basic salary plus HRA plus bonus. Just an example. Now I will print this system.out.println. So total salary is net salary. Okay. Done. I have written a method. So I need to call this method. So to call this method, I need to create an object for this. So method with return type is equals to new method with return type. Okay, and then MWRT dot employee salary, and I need to pass the values. So let me take 1000, 300, 200, something like this. Okay, now I will try to execute this and we'll see. Java method with return type dot Java. The total salary is 1500. So this we have seen already in our previous video when you pass return parameters, right? Nothing different here. But I have one more employee. Employee salary. So this guy's salary is 2000, 600, 400. Okay. So this will call this method again. It will add all these things and it will print. So let me execute this. So 1500 for first employee. Second one is 3000. Till here it is fine. Now my requirement is in my company, how much money I have given in the form of salary to all the employees. Let's assume 100 employees are there. Example. So for these 100 employees, how much salary I have given for this month. Okay. So how you can do this, right? Where will I get this first month, first employee salary, that is 1500, second employee salary is 3000. I'm just printing. So if I want to calculate here, total salary means a total amount paid as salaries, then how can I do this? After executing this one, 1500. It is printing here itself only. How can I get this net salary from this method to this method? No way. Right. If I want to do like this, I need to what? Int net salary is equals to, I need to give 1000 plus 300 plus 200. I need to do this again here. Okay. Okay, fine. I am getting 1500, but how to bring this to here? Right. And 1500 is what? Integer. So I can store in an integer value. Okay, I will store after completion of this execution. I'm getting 1500, right? After executing this entire code, I'm getting 1500. Because of that, I'm printing that. So let me try to put in integer int employee 1 salary is equals to, right? And the same way, I'll put int emp2 salary is equals to, right? After executing, the output is what? First employee salary. I can store in integer. When you execute this one, second employee salary, I can put here in the form of integer. The reason is the ultimate, the end result is an integer, right? So let me try to execute this. We'll see what happens. Obviously, you will get an error. The reason is incompatible types void cannot be converted to int. Incompatible types void cannot be converted to int. What is this void? Right, this is void. The method is returning void. Void means it is not returning anything. Void means after executing of this code, back to the caller, I am not providing any information. I'll just execute, that's it. I'll not give anything back to you. That is what void. But what we are expecting here, integer value. So because of that, what it is saying, incompatible types, void cannot be converted to int. Okay. So then after executing this, I want this information back. So that time I need to return something. Now I'm not returning anything void, but I need to return something. What is that part I want to return? That will be in the form of integer. So then I will change this void to int. Okay, that's it. We'll see. That is sufficient or not. You see that error missing return statement. If this you are returning something means here in this method I'm returning integer. Okay, you are returning integer, that is fine, but you are missing some return statement. So in Java, if you are returning something, you need to mention that with the help of one of the keywords called return. What you want to return here from this? I want to return net salary. Right, that is what you need, right? Net salary. That's it. I want to return net salary from this method after executing this method. So now, after executing, what it is giving me back? Net salary in the form of what? Integer. So I'm able to assign that value to integer. Right? We have done everything. So clear. Now if you run this, what happens? Nothing but no errors. Now I can get what? How much amount I am paying as salaries. So int total amount paid. Okay, what is that? EMP1 salary plus EMP2 salaries. Now I can add all the salaries. The reason is I am getting this information in the form of return type to this method. So if it is returning integer, I can store in the integer. So if you have integer here, so I can add these two integer values and I can assign the same thing to another integer. Right. Then what I can do? I can print now system.out.println. What I can mention here? Total amount paid as salaries. Okay, what is that? Total amount paid. That we stored in the total amount paid, right? So I am printing that here. So if I execute this now, you see total amount paid as salary is 4500, 3000, 1500, 4500. So everything executing Fine. Right. So this is all about returning the statement. Fine. So you can return only integer? No, all primitive types. You can reference types also you can return. Okay. Once you execute here, the output what you want. If you are returning Boolean, then you need to change this to Boolean. What type you are returning, you need to change this method return type to that type. Okay. That's how method return type will work. So let me take an example. Public void welcome, something like that. Okay. Inside that, I have written return statement in starting itself. Okay. Then again, system dot out dot println. So I'll say welcome to my channel and please subscribe. I'm just writing one text, okay, sentence. So I have written return statement here and I'm doing system.out.println. I want to execute. So let me call this method here. Right, how we can call this method here? We have created object, right? Method with return type dot this method, and there is no parameters. I don't need to pass the parameters. But let me execute this and see the output. You see that I'm getting an error. So what it is saying, compilation failed. Give me 1 second. Here you see that. Sorry, I made a mistake somewhere. Okay, I missed this semicolon to terminate. So expected it is saying. So if you miss something like this, it will say error semicolon expected. That is fine. Now I'll execute again. I'll correct that. I'll execute again. You see that unreachable error, unreachable statement. What is that unreachable statement? System.out.println, welcome to my channel and please subscribe. This is void return type. It's not returning anything. So here also I'm not returning anything. Right? Simply put a return statement, but I'm not returning anything. But it is not coming to the next line and it is not printing this. The reason is always return statement should be end of your method. It should be something like this only. Okay. Return statement should be last statement in your method. So if I do the same thing again, if I execute, you see that welcome to my channel and please subscribe. Now it is executing. The moment it is written, what to return? Nothing is there. If I put 5, return 5. 5 it is what? Integer. So if I run this one now again I'll get an error. The reason is incompatible types. I'm returning integer 5, but the return type is void. There is no compatibility between these two. Okay. Because of that, I'm not able to return. But if you're not mentioning anything, simply return that indirectly void. So there is no need of writing this one waste statement. But to show you how it will behave, that one. Okay. Now we'll take one more example. Public void, otherwise int sum. Okay, sum, and I pass int x comma int y as parameters. And inside that, what I'll do first, I will return x plus y. I'm adding this x plus y and the sum I'm returning. Okay. Return. And then, sorry. And then I'm writing system.out.println again. I am calculating sum of two numbers. I'm calculating sum of two numbers. Right. So when I try to execute this, okay. I need to call this method. Okay. So here, t dot sum of 10 comma 20. Right. So let me execute this again. Again, the same thing. Error unreachable statement. Why? So in this method, first statement is written. What it is returning? Integer only. I'm returning integer. Everything is fine. But first statement became written. But this is not acceptable. The last statement should be written if you want to return something. So because of that, it is giving me error again. Okay. So let me correct that. Okay. Let me correct that. If I try to execute the same thing now, it is giving me calculating two numbers. So it came here, it executed after that return. After returning, I'm not using there. That is different concept. We already used that in this calculating salary. But just to show that return statement should be last statement in your method. Okay. This is how method with return type will work. So that's all about method with return type. So what could be the possible interview questions? Again, what is method? How to achieve reusability in method? What is return type in Java? So what is the purpose of return type in Java? So what is the purpose we have seen, right? After executing, I want that value to be used somewhere. So you can return that value. Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi. In this video, we will see local variables in Java. So what are local variables in Java? Local variables are defined within a method or constructor and blocks. So method we already discussed. So constructor also similar to method, but some changes are there. But high level, we can say that is also one of the methods. And blocks means we have some loops and no if else blocks and while. We will discuss all these things in our upcoming videos, but those blocks also, inside that blocks also, if you create any variable, that is restricted to only that block. Okay. By taking one example, we'll see scope of that variable is restricted to that method, constructor, and that block. Okay. You cannot use access modifiers for local variables. We have seen access modifiers like public, private, protected, all these things. These cannot be used for the local variables. These are temporary variables existing during the method execution. So the scope of that variable is inside the method. So whenever method is executing, these will get created, and once the method execution completed, these will be terminated. So these are called temporary variables with respect to the method execution. These are not accessible from the rest of the class. Okay. So you cannot use outside of that method. Okay. Then we will see all these things by taking an example. Let's go to Visual Studio Code. So here I created one of the classes called local variables, and I created public static void main method. So let me create one method, public void local variables method, something like that. So what I'll do here, I'll create int a is equals to 10. I will initialize one integer variable. Okay. And I'll create one boolean b is equals to 2. Okay. So when you write something like this in this method, the scope of these variables in between these brackets only, these square brackets. Outside of these square brackets, you cannot use these two variables. Okay. So now I will try to print these. System.out.println A. Okay. And the same way, I'll try to print B also. Okay. Now, if I run this program, I will not see any output. Okay. The reason is, so these are, if you want to execute any method, that should be called from this main method. It will execute only main method. Main method is the starting point. Inside this, you need to call this method. Okay. How you'll call this method? If this is a static method, you can directly call. If it is not static, you need to create an object to your class. Okay. So local variables, I'll create an object. So let me run this one first. So I'm executing it from the command prompt. So Java local variables dot Java. You see that nothing printed, but there is no error, means there are no errors, no issues, but nothing to print. The reason is, even though if you have system.out.println, but if you want to print these statements, you need to create an object to this class and call this method as this is not inside the main method. Okay. So let me create an object. So local variables is equals to new local variables. Okay. So this is called constructor, default constructor. Okay. So L dot local variables method. Okay. So I have written one method. Inside method, I have two variables and I'm printing those and I calling this method using this class object. Okay. Now let me execute the same thing here. Now you see that 10 and true were printed. A is 10, B equals to true. But if I want to use this A outside of this method, okay, I'll try to print the same thing, this one. Okay, this one I want to print here. Okay. So now if I want to print the same thing here, you will see what we will get. You see that error cannot find symbol, this A. So in this location, okay. So compilation failed. The reason is this is a local variable to this local variables method. You cannot access outside of this method. The scope of these two variables only inside this method. Okay. Now I will comment this code. Okay. And we discussed this one method and inside a block. Okay, block means I'll take one of the blocks called for loop. Okay, we normally use for loop for int I is equals to 0, I less than 1, I plus plus. So we will discuss what is for loop, how it will work, all these things in our upcoming videos. Just to show you that if this is a block, the scope of I is in between these two only. It is not even outside of this block, means inside the method also you cannot access. Okay, I'll try to print this. I will try to print A. I will try to print A, and at the same time I will try to print I. Okay, so we'll mention to see the inside the block. Okay, just to see difference where it is exactly executing. Okay, so now if you try to execute, okay, we already created the object for this method. If you try to execute, you will see what happens. You see that inside the block 10 is printing. This is the scope of this A is inside this method, means this block is also part of this method, right? So I can use this A inside this block. Okay, the reason is this block is also inside this method only, but this scope of this I is restricted to this block only. If I try to print the same thing outside that block, inside the same method, where we have written this block is inside this method, right? So inside the method only, I'm writing this, I'm trying to access or print this I, even though it is not accessible. The reason is scope of this I is in between, means inside this block only. Okay. If you execute the same thing now, you will see that I cannot find symbol system.out.println inside the block I. So you cannot use this I. Okay. So that is what local variables to particular to this one. And one more thing we discussed, what is that? Constructor. Okay. Constructor is also similar to method. Public. The name of the method is should be same as your class name. Class name and if your method name both are same, this method is called constructor. Okay. This is constructor. This is method. And this is kind of block. Okay. So now inside this also, I will write the same thing. Okay. I'll write the same thing. But instead of 10, you can take 10 also, no problem. But the same output you will get. But how this constructor will get executed? Right. This method L dot local variables demo I'm calling. But what about this? So this will get executed when you create an object. Just with this line, if you create this line, it will automatically will get executed. Okay, no need to call explicitly like how we call this method. Okay. So if you execute the same thing now, you see that 10 true, 10 true. Why 10 two times? One is from this method, one is from the constructor. Okay. And another, these things are from the block. All right. So this is how these things will work. Right. And one more thing. So if I try to put public int I, okay, public int I, and okay, so if you try to execute this, is that you are getting so many errors. So public illegal start of expression. This is illegal. Error identifier expected, something like that. Okay. So this is not needed. Not needed means you are not allow. Okay. So if I execute the same thing, I change it from public to private, still you will get the same error. The reason is for local variables, modifiers are not applicable. The reason is we know the scope of this is inside this only. Why to mention all these things? The purpose of putting modifiers is you need to mention the scope. Means private means inside this class only. If you write it outside of the method. Okay. If it is public, private, protected, whatever it is, the scope is inside this method only. Then no need to mention explicitly which modifier you want. Right. So because of that, it will not allow. So this is all about local variables. Right. We create a local variable in the method, in the constructor, in the block, and these modifiers will not applicable for the what? These local variables. Okay. So if you go back to the slide, you see that cannot use access modifiers. These are temporary variables, means inside the method you will access. Scope of that variable is restricted to that method, constructor, and block. So we have seen all these things. Okay. So what could be the possible interview questions from this video? What is variable in Java? High level question. So inside that, people may ask, what is local variable? Can you tell me what are the properties of local variable? So you can say that is restricted to your class, method, constructor, block. You cannot use outside the method, and you cannot use these modifiers to the local variables. Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see instance variables in Java. Okay. So instance variable, what do you mean by instance variable? Instance variables are defined within a class, but outside the method. So in our previous video, we have seen that local variables are defined within the method, not outside the method. Okay, this is reverse of that. Instance variables are defined within a class, but outside the method. Each instance of class contains its own copy of these variables. So if you create an object, each object contains its own copy of these instance variables. When an object is created with the use of the keyword new, then instance variables are created. And when the object is destroyed, instance variable is also destroyed. Okay, so these are class level, right? When you create an object, it will instance that variable. The moment when you destroy the object, so these are associated to the object, right? So object destroyed means, so we can instance variables also get destroyed. Okay, we can give access modifiers to instance variables. In our previous video in the local variables, we have discussed that access modifiers are not possible to give for the local variables, but here you can provide the access modifiers. Instance variables visible for all methods, constructor and blocks in the class. Okay, this is not restricted to anything. If you create at the class level, that can be used inside the methods, constructors, in the blocks, everything. Okay, so instance variables can be accessed directly by calling the variable name inside the class. Okay, so you can directly call wherever you want. Instance variables are non-static variables. These are also called state variables. Okay, so we will see all these points by taking an example. Let me go to Visual Studio Code. I have created one class called instance variables. Inside that I have a main method. So let me create one constructor, public. The constructor means name of the constructor should be same as your class name. Okay, and let me create another method, public void instance variables. I'll take the name, same name, and I'll say method. Okay, so now what I'll do, I said instance variables means class level. Okay, so it should be outside of all the methods. Main is a method, instance variables is a constructor, instance variables method is a method. So outside means inside the class. In the high level, I'll mention int a is equals to 10, int b is equals to 20. Okay, so int c is equals to 1, 2, 3. Let me put like this. So now I can access these variables wherever I want. So I want to use in the constructor. Okay, I'll say system dot out dot println. I'll say a plus b. So I did not mention anything here inside this. Int a is equals to 10, int b is equals to 10, something like this. Okay, so I'm not mentioning this. I'm using this a, b inside my method. Okay, so even though it will execute, these are accessible as those are class level. Okay, so on the same way, I will use the same variables inside this method also, but instead of plus, I'll use star. Okay, I'm multiplying these two. And apart from that, what we can do, so we can take one block we mentioned, right? For int I is equals to 0, I less than 1, I plus plus. Don't bother about these things, we will discuss. Okay, here also I'll put a by b. Okay, so if the scope of this ABC is restricted, then I cannot use this ABC in these methods or blocks in the constructor. Nowhere I cannot use. Means nowhere I cannot write. So how can I access these things? Right. Obviously, if it is not static, you need to create an instance. Means object. instance variable I is equals to new instance variables and I dot local, sorry, instance variables method. Right. So because of this method will get executed. We are creating an instance to the class object. The moment when you create, automatically it will get called. No need to call explicitly because this is what? Constructor. This is constructor and this is method and this is block. Okay. So now if I try to execute this, and we'll see what happens, whether it will get executed or not. So Java instance variables dot Java. You see that 10 plus 20, 30, 10 into 20. What is that? 10 into 20, 200. And I did, instead of A by B, I can put B by A. B is greater than, right? Okay, no problem. So if you execute the same thing again, it will give 2, right? 10 2, so 2. So I'm able to access this class level variables wherever I want inside the class, whether in the constructor, in the method or block, wherever I want. Okay. So in this method, whatever it is, not here. So let me put here. I don't want to use A is equals to 10. I want to change the A value. So I can directly A is equals to 50. Okay. But don't put int here. Okay. This is separate variable then. So if I want to use the same A here, so don't mention, already we initialized here. A is equal to 50 means now the A value is replaced with 10 with 50. Okay. So I can assign the variable value in the methods if we want. Okay, we can change. We can assign another value or update the value. Okay. Now what happens? This 10 is 10 here, but in this method I changed it. 50 into 20. I think 1000 you need to get. Okay. Right. 1000. Now what happened? So okay, B by A 50, 20 by 50. So because of that we are getting 0. That's not a problem. It's working perfectly. Right. So instance variables you can call outside this class also. If you create another class, there also you can call these methods. But for that, these should be public. Okay. These should be public. So let me create another class. So I can say call variables dot Java. Okay. Call variables dot Java. I'll create a class, public class. And as usual, main method, public static void main string args. So if I want to call anything, I need to create the object, right? Same way I need to create the object. Okay. Inside the same class only, if you want to use, you need to create an object. This is outside the class. So how we'll come to know that which class and which method? So you'll create an instance to that class and then I dot. Okay. I dot. What is that method name? Instance variables method. I can call that method, that is a public. Okay. And at the same time, system.out.println, I can call I.c. What is the C? C is another variable. And okay, let me execute this. Okay, call variables. So I'm calling this method and I'm calling this variable. Okay. You'll get an error. Okay. So cannot find symbol, instance variables. Okay. We'll see. I'm getting error, right? So I think we need to mention this as a public. Okay. So I'll execute again. So still getting the issue. I think this is, we have seen that single method. So, but if you're calling from other class, I think we need to compile once. I don't know, this is their limitation or I don't know the problem, but I'll do what I'll do, Java C instance variables dot Java. Okay. Now what I'll do, again, Java C call variables dot Java. I'll compile again this one. So I'm not getting any error. So if I'll execute this Java call variables, you see that it executing this method. This method. If I execute this method, inside that what we are doing 30,000 it is coming from the method, and I'm calling I.C. What is that C? This is a public. So because of that, I can access outside this class. So I.C means what is that? 123. This is 123, right? 123. So I can call the methods and these things if it is public outside the class. But if it is inside this method local variable, if it is local variable, you cannot use outside of this method in the same class. So how can you access outside the class? So that is not possible. Only instance variables. This is how you can call from the outside of class. Okay. This is all about instance variables. If you go back to PPT, so what could be the possible interview questions you can face? What is variable in Java at high level? And they might ask, what is instance variable? Can you explain the instance variable in detail? Okay. That's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see static variable in Java. Okay. So static keyword. Static keyword is associated with the class, rather instance of the class. So it will not associate with the object, means instance of the class. It is directly associated with the class. Sorry, the static keyword is used mainly for memory management. Small mistake, okay. The static keyword is used mainly for memory management. Okay. So static keyword is associated with the class, rather instance of the class. Using static variable, we make our program memory efficient. And the first point we are seeing that it's mainly used for memory management. Because of a static variable, we can make our program memory efficient. Need to call static variable or method using class name, rather instance of a class. In the instance variables, we have used, okay, the variables with the help of object, means instance of the class. But here we don't need the instance of the class. We can directly use the class name to access this static information. It can be used with, the static keyword can be used with the variables, methods, imports, blocks, class. Okay. So all these can be used with static. So static method cannot access the non-static variable or method directly. Right, that we have seen in our previous video, that in the public static void main, if you want to use these public void methods, normal methods, non-static methods, we need to create an object. So we cannot directly call those. This and super keywords cannot be used inside the static context. So this and super is related to object. So static is not related to object, it is class related. So these keywords cannot be used. So what is this? What is super? We will discuss in our upcoming videos in detail. So static variable. To declare a static, use static keyword in variable declaration. So we need to use that word static. So syntax, something like this, syntax access modifier, static data type, variable name. So just an example, public static string company name. Okay, normally we'll not use this. Public string is equal to something like that, right? String I equals string s is equal to something like that. But here public, you need to use this static keyword. Okay. Most important thing about static variables is that they belong to class level. What it means that there can be only one copy of variable at runtime. Okay. So in our previous video, instance variables, how many objects you create, that many instance variables will be created, right? And when it is get destroyed object, the instance variables get destroyed. But here only one copy of variable at runtime, as it is associated with the class. So because of that, it will not occupy more memory, right? For each object, it will not create memory for that. So because of that, memory efficient. When you define a static variable in class definition, each instance of class will have access to that single copy. So how many objects you create, every object will access only a single copy of this one. It will not create multiple copies for each object. Separate instance of class will not have their own local copy like they have for non-static variables. Okay. So simple diagram here. So here what I have a stack memory. Inside the stack memory, I created two objects. These are employee objects. Just an example. So this is obj1 object 1. This is obj2 object 2. So when you create an object, so these are instance variables. Okay. These are instance variables. For each instance variable, it will create emp id, emp name, emp id, emp name. If you create 100 objects, okay, 100 times this emp id, emp name will get created. But if it is static, so it will create only one copy, that is company. This company is static variable. So it will create in the class memory, it will create only once, and each and every object will access this. Every object will have the access to this. Okay. So if you company, here company, here company, if you have 100 objects 100 times, you need to reuse company. But I'm not doing that. Okay. So because of that, memory will be managed efficiently. So this is how the difference between these instance variables and static variable. Okay. When an object is created, it is always stored in the heap memory, and stack memory contains the reference to it. Okay. So this is how it will have a reference. Now, so let me clear this. So advantages of static keyword. Okay. Globally accessible means it will not depend on the instance of the class. Right. We no need to create an object. So can be accessed using class name. No object is needed. Only one instance per JVM. That is what we have seen. Only one time in the class memory it will create. So no need to create each instance. For each instance, we no need to create for that static variable. They do not modify the state of the object. Okay. Loads on JVM startup and destroy when JVM shutdown. Those are per object instance variables. It is for at the JVM level. So we have some disadvantages also. These are always part of class memory if they are not used or not. So when you create instance variable, if you create object only, then only it will allocate the memory. But here it is class level. The moment when class loads, it will create this information. If you are not using, even then also it will create. Right. So if you are not using also, you are creating, means we are wasting the memory in that scenario. Okay. Creating and destruction of static variable cannot be controlled. So if it is object, I will create the object. But here you do not have any control. The moment when you class loads, it will get created and restricted. We cannot override the static methods. What do you mean by override? We will discuss, but static methods cannot be overridden. If one thread changes the static value, that can break the functionality of the other threads. So we already discussed that Java is multi-threaded. Multiple threads will execute simultaneously. If one thread changes the static value, other threads also get impacted. That we will see. Okay. So static variable we will see by taking one example. So I created one class called static variables with the main method. Now, what I will do, I will create simple. Okay. Here, int emp id is equals to 101. String emp name is equals to, I can say, Tom. Okay. String, okay, company name is equals to as a Oracle. Okay. So for each employee, you have employee ID, employee name, in which company he is working. Fine. So now what I'll do, I'll try to print this employee information. System.out.println emp ID. So the same way, I will print emp name and let me put emp company name, employee company name. So if I try to execute this, okay, it is a main method, you can directly execute this. Java static variable.java. It will print that information 101 Tom Oracle. Okay. Now I have another what? Employee. Okay. And his employee ID is 102. His name is Jerry. The same company, right? We are talking about this particular company. So employee company name is Oracle. Okay. If I try to execute this, I'll get an error. I'll tell you why. So valid emp ID is already defined in the method main. So no need to, already I initialized this. You cannot use duplicate. So if you want to use the same thing, remove this. If you put integer means again you are reinitializing with the same name. So it should be unique. So if you remove this, you are just changing, you are assigning another name, another ID. That's it. Okay. So now if I try to execute this now, you see that 101 Tom Oracle, 102 Jerry Oracle. Fine. But if I have 100 employees, 1000 employees in my company, I cannot keep writing like this 1000 times. At least 6 lines of code, 1000 into 6, 6000 lines of code you need to write. And using the same code. If you are using the same code, what you need to do, you need to create a method and you reuse the same thing. Okay. So fine. I'll create a method now for this. Okay. Now what I'll do, public void print employee information or details, whatever it is. And you can pass this argument, right? What are the arguments? Int emp id, comma, string emp name. These two things are enough for me. Okay. Otherwise, I need to give the company name also. But let me put that first. String emp company name. Okay. I'm using the same thing again here. When I use here with the int emp id, I got an error, but I'm using here. So these are local to this method only, right? Because of that. So what I'll do, I'll take the same thing here. I'll print. Okay. So, but how I'll get the data to here? So I need to pass. I'll create an object to access this method. I need to create an object as this is not static. Okay. I'm talking about static variables. So after this, static variables sv is equals to new static variables and sv dot print, and to pass that information. Okay. What is that I can pass? I said 200 I can say Krishna, employee name, comma, same Oracle, just assume. Okay. If I want to do the same thing again, okay, sv dot print 201, comma, Kumar, comma, same Oracle. Right. If I execute this now, I 101 Tom, all these things, and I'm getting Krishna, Kumar, all these things from here. So I simplified this big code. Okay. I simplified this big code. I don't need all these things now. Okay, let me remove. Okay. Simple, right? Instead of big code, I did simple. I created a method, reusable method, and I'm passing what information I want. I'm printing the same thing. But Oracle is same for each and every employee, right? So whenever you create an object, every time it will allocate the memory for this string. But this is not a memory efficient. So because of that, I can create what? I can create a static variable. Okay, where you need to create the static variable in the class level. Static string employee company name is equals to Oracle. Okay, so now I don't need this information to be passed even. Okay, I will remove this. I will remove this, and I don't need to pass this information here itself. But how I'll get that information? Right. So here I can directly use this. Right, as it will never change. This is not a dynamic data. For an employee, ID will be different, name will be different, but the company will not be different. So why to waste the memory? So right. So now I can execute the same thing. You see that? Even though I'm not passing, even though I'm not using here, directly I can access. Okay. The static I can directly use in the non-static method. Okay, but you can do in both the ways. You can directly use, otherwise you can use the class name dot. As already we are discussing that it is not depends upon the this object, it will depends upon the class. You see that? Static variables dot this class name dot, I can access this. If I try to execute the same, I'll get the same output. Okay, but what is the advantage of these things? That I can directly use the company name, then why to use this? Right, that I'll tell you why it is. But before that, if one thread changing the data, so other threads will get affected, right? That we discussed. So what I'll do now, I will change the value of, I'll create another object. Okay, I will create another object here. I can create how many objects I want, right? I'll create another object. I'll name it. You cannot give the same name. Already it's there. Why to create again? So I'll print again this information. I will print this information again, but it will be sv1 dot. Okay, sv1 dot, and I'll make it 10101. Sorry, Tom, and again Jerry. Right. So now if I execute this, another object, I'm calling those things. Now we'll see the difference. Now you do not see any issues now. We created again. So 200 Krishna Oracle, 201 Kumar Oracle, 100 Tom Oracle, 101 Jerry Oracle. But what I'll do after, what I'll sv dot EMP code name, sorry, EMP company name, I will change it to Google. Okay, You just observe using the SV object, not SV1 object. Using this, I'm changing the name my Oracle to Google. Okay. Now you observe the output. Okay, we'll make it here after creating the object. So obviously SV object will use the Google company instead of Oracle, but SV1 I'm not doing any change. Okay. Now you observe the behavior. You see that it updated for everything, right? I changed it with SV object. Why SV1 object also getting the same information? So in the PPT, if you go up, here, you see that this is class level, all the objects will refer to this. With this object, I changed this name to company Oracle to Google. So it is changed in the only one level, right, in the class memory. So next time when EMP data object means another object accessing, then updated information will come. So if accidentally if you change, the other things will get the same thing. So that is the disadvantage we discussed, right? So if you change with this object, it is affecting means if it is with this thread, other threads will also get affected, right? Understand? So that is the one of the disadvantages. And one more thing, what we are saying, why this static variables dot emp company name, right? So if you call this information from outside the class, not inside. Inside means you can directly call, but if it's outside the class, let me go to call variables, right? We have created for instance variables. So here itself, what I'll do, I'll create an object for static variables also. Okay. If I want to create static variables, S is equals to new static variables, S dot, right? But to access static variables, I don't need what? Object. Directly I can use the class. So what is the class? The class name is static variables. Dot emp company name. All right. If I want to access this, first I need to compile this. Okay, that we have seen previously. So let me compile Java C static variables dot Java. So it get compiled. Now Java C call variables dot Java. Now Java call variables. You see that I'm getting Oracle. The reason is I'm using with the class name, as this is static. Static can be accessed directly using the class name. So previously, if I want to access C, I need to create an object and that object dot C. This is for instance variables. But static variables, we don't need to create an object. By directly using the class name, you can access this. So that is the difference. So in other class, you need to use class name dot that variable name. If inside the class, you can directly use. Otherwise, you can use with the class name also. Both are possible. But here, if you do not put this class variables, you cannot access. This is outside of this class. So here it is useful. Okay. So this is all about static variables. So what could be the possible interview questions? Here, what is variable at the high level? They may ask, and they may ask what is static keyword in Java and what is static variable. Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see static methods in Java. Okay. So static method, to declare a method static, use static keyword in method declaration. Very simple. You need to use static keyword. So the syntax looks like pub access modifier, static data type, method name. You see that public static int get static value. This is a method. This is a variable, public static int value that we already saw in our previous video. Here, public static int get static value is a method. In front of that method, if you put this static, this method becomes static method. Okay. You can access only static variables inside the static methods. Okay, you cannot access non-static variables. If you try to access any non-static variable, then compiler will throw an error. Static methods can be accessed via its class reference, not with the object, right? And there is no need to create an instance of class. The same way, the rules applicable, what applicables for the static variable, same way for the static method also. Static method also belong to class level scope, not object level scope. So we will try to write one program and we'll see how it works. So let me go to Visual Studio Code here. I have created a class called static methods and I created a main method. Okay. So in the class level, let me create two variables. Int num is equals to 10, that is instance variable, non-static. Static int, I'll say static num to make the differentiation. There is no need to put static for the variable name. You need to put for the here, but here no need. This just to show the difference between these two. I'm naming static num. Okay, you can put ABC, XYZ, whatever you want. Okay, static num is equals to 20. Okay, so let me create a normal non-static method, public void sum. Okay, inside the sum, what I'm doing, system dot out dot println num plus num. Okay, I'm adding that 10 plus 10 simply. Num plus num means 10 plus 10. So to access this num, this is non-static method, I can directly access. Okay, right. But I can even use non-static also, right? So we can access non-static also from the non-static. Okay, so this is how you can use. Now, if I want to print this, means execute and print, I need to create an object. The reason is this is non-static. Non-static means we need to create an object. So static means equal to new static methods yes dot sum. Okay, that's it. Let me execute this. So Java C static methods dot Java. I'm compiling just and Java static methods. You see that 20 and 40, 10 plus 10, 20 plus 20. Simple, but we are talking about static methods. So public static void, I say static sum. How we take static num, we'll do the static sum. There is no need to put static in front of the method name, but this static is compulsory. With the help of this only it becomes static method, but here you can put any name. So inside the static sum, okay, I will call both. Okay, I'll call both here. Right, I will call both. Then what happens? Java static methods dot Java. I'll get an error that non-static variable num cannot be referenced from a static context. So clearly mentioning non-static variable cannot be used inside the static method. So if I comment this, okay, if I comment this and execute the same thing, now you'll get the output. But I did not call this method, right? To call this method, I can directly call. The reason is this is static method, no need to create an object. So this is inside the class, I can directly use. If it is outside the class, class name dot, this one how we use for the variable. Okay, so let me execute now. You can get the 240s now, right? This 40 is coming from this static sum, it is executing here non-static stuff. So to call the non-static from the static from the static, no need to create an object. Okay, so you can directly do this one also. Dot. Okay, static stuff you can use with the help of class name. So if I execute the same thing, same output, I don't get any issues. But this is helpful when you're calling from the outside of this class that we saw for the static variables the same way. Okay, so if I want to use this num in the static, I need to create an object. This is also static method, right? In the static method, how I am creating object. Here also, if you want to use this num, non-static stuff, you need to create the object here also. That's how you can access. But this is inside this static method I'm directly using in the static with the help of class or without. Okay, I'm calling in the static method. But outside the class, so I don't need this one inside this, but outside I'll do the same thing how we did for the variables from other class. Okay, so what is this static methods? Class name is static methods dot static num, right? Sorry, static num method. Okay, we're talking about the methods, right? Starting sum, not num, static sum. I can call with the help of class. There is no need to create object. This is static method. Static method can be accessed using class name. So if I want to execute, I need to compile the previous one. Java C static methods.java. And again, Java C call variables.java. So I'm getting an error. Void type not allowed here. What void type? So it is saying void type not allowed here, right? We did a mistake. So this is not a variable to print. This is a method, right? So it itself, it is having system.out.println inside this. It will print this one, right? So I made a mistake. So now if you come here and if you try to compile this now or execute. So let me compile this. If I execute now, you see that I'm getting 40, right? This is 20 plus 20, 40, right? With the help of class, I'm directly calling. Here how I'm calling, directly calling the method. Outside the class, with the help of class, I'm calling. Normal instance variables demo, how I called, I created an object. The reason is this is not static. If it is static, class name dot that method. So this is how you can call from the outside of the method. Okay, so this is all about static methods. Let me go to PPT. So what could be the possible interview questions? They may ask what is static keyword and what is static method, what is the use of static method, how you can call static method, all these things. Okay, that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see static import in Java. Okay, so the normal import declaration imports classes from the packages. So they can be used without package reference. Similarly, the static import declaration imports static members from the classes and allowing them to be used without class reference. So if it is static, in the previous videos, we have seen that how to call these static methods with the help of static class dot variable or class dot method, right? But in Java, you will create so many packages, right? So Java also created its own packages while they're creating so many classes, right? Once you install, you will get everything. If you want to use some class from the Java, then you need to import that package where the class is declared inside the package. That package you need to use import in your class using the one of the keywords called import. Okay, so but with the static import, we can avoid using the class name we'll use class name dot method name, right? If you static import that class, then no need to mention class name dot method. You can directly use that method. Okay, that is the advantage. A static import statement also comes in two flavors: single static import and static import on demand. Okay, a single static import declaration imports only one static member from a type. A static import on demand declaration imports all static members of type. So that we will see. So how it will be: single static import declaration, import, this is the keyword I'm saying, import, static, this is the what we are discussing, static import, package name dot, type name dot, static member name. Okay, so this is single static. On demand means import static, package name dot, type name dot, instead of mentioning static member name, you will mention star. Star means all the static members from this package. Okay, so everything. So we will see by taking one example. So I have created one class called static imports in the main method. So let me write one thing: system dot out dot print ln. Okay, print ln. There is a class called math. Okay, math is a class in java.lang package that we need to import. But by default, this system, this math comes with java.lang. So we no need to import that. But apart from java.lang, if you are using any class from other packages, that you need to import here. If it is java.lang, no need. Okay, but here math dot, you have one of the methods, means static method called math.random. Okay, in the same way, this is a math class, so mathematics related stuff will be there. So math.random square root, SQRT, of 9. So 9 square root, it will calculate 9 square root. Okay, and math.random means it will give some random number, it will print some random number. Okay, so first we will execute this and we'll come to the static import. When I execute, nothing, it will just print, you see that, some random number, and 3.09 square root is 3, but it is giving in the form of double. Return type is double, so it is giving me the double. Okay, so if I want to use the methods inside the random, I need to call math dot something like that. But I don't want to do that. I want to use only random. I don't want to do this math again and again. Okay, for that, you can do static import. How you do that static import? Import is a keyword and static is a keyword. Java.lang dot math. Okay, so you need to do something like this. Then if you put dot star, means you need to, you can use all the methods. This is on demand, right? This is called on demand, they said. So java.lang.math.star. Okay, so let me comment this just for a moment. I will remove this math. Okay, I will remove this math and I'll try to execute this now. Then it will throw error. I don't know what is this random. Cannot find symbol random, cannot find symbol square root. I don't know what is this where you are getting. So if you put math, it will come to know, okay, there is a math class inside that, this is a method. So I need to go there and I need to execute the logic inside that random and square root. But I want to use this the same way how I'm doing, but I don't want to put math dot, and I want to execute successfully. So at that time you do static import. Import static java.lang.math.star. Okay, then if you go and execute, now it will execute, no problem. So I removed math dot, but how it is taking? So with the help of static import, if you do static import, no need to use this math dot again and again. You can directly use the methods inside this math. That is one thing. We'll do one more thing. This system.out.println also it is irritating, like keep every time system.out.println, system.out.println. Can we restrict this one also, like how we did? Can we do the same thing? So we can do the same thing. Import static. This is also from java.lang dot system.star. So now I don't need to use this system again and again. I'll remove this system. Only out dot is enough. Okay, out dot is enough. Let me run this. Now I should not get any error. You see that? Again, some random number and 3.0. So I removed the system, even though it is working. I removed math here, even though it is working, because we imported with the static keyword, static import. This is called static import, and we can no need to write that class name again and again. Okay. So that's all about the static import. What could be the possible interview questions? Same way, static keyword, and what is the static import? What is the use of static import? Okay, that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see static block in Java. Okay. So static blocks are portion of class initialization code. Okay, class initialization code, which are wrapped with static keyword. Okay, static blocks are executed when the class is loaded in the memory. The moment class loads in the memory, then it will get executed. A class can have multiple static blocks, and these will be executed in the same sequence in which they appear in the class definition. So how you, in which sequence you write, the same sequence, it will get executed. So it will be, looks like this static initializer. We need to use static keyword, and inside these curly braces, whatever you want to use, you write. So this will get executed the moment when the class loads in the memory. Okay, with the help of example, we'll see. I created one of the classes called static blocks, and we already discussing that main method is the starting point of your program execution. Because of that, if you write any methods, you need to call those methods from the main method, then only it will get executed and you can get the output, right? But there is a like one more thing called static block that we are discussing. This static means anything can be executed before main method. Yes, that is called static block. Okay, so here I'll write system.out.println. Okay, so this is main method. Okay, this is main method. So here, if I execute, it will print. The reason is I'm in the main method, it will directly execute the main method and it will print. But if I want to print something before this, so that can be done using static block. Simply static. You just put curly braces. Just type, if you want to see that output, you just mention this is static block. Okay, that simple it is. Let me go to command prompt execute Java static blocks.java. So as per the rule, what we have seen, main method will get executed first. First it will come here. But here how it is printing? It is printing. This is static block first, and this is main method second. Means first it executed this one. Means before main method also, if you want to execute something, you need to put in the static method. The moment when static blocks class loads in the memory, it will directly get executed. So if I cut this one, if I put after this main method, what happens? Even then also, you'll get the same output. Wherever it is, the static block itself executes the moment the class will loads in the memory. You see that? This is static block and main method. But if you have multiple static blocks, so the way how you put in the sequence, static block 1 and static block 2. Okay, if I try to execute this, you see that static block 1, and this is after the main method. Even then also static will execute before main, right? So with the sequence, it first, then this is second, and this is last. So this is how you can use static block in your Java. Okay. So what could be the possible interpretations here? What is static keyword in Java? And what do you mean by static block? And what is the purpose of static block? Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see static class in Java. Okay. What do you mean by static class in Java? In Java, you can have static class as inner class. Just like another static members, nested classes belong with class scope. So the inner static class can be accessed without having an object of outer class. Okay, no need to create an object for the class to access this class. The same way how we did for the static variable, static methods, right? Static inner class cannot access the non-static members of outer class. Okay, non-static members you cannot access outer class. It can access only static members from the outer class. Right. So how it will be looks like. So Java class, Java static example, I have written in one main method. This class is class data object. Here I have created two things, non-static variable, static variable. So it is the static inner class. This is a static class, static inner class. Inside that inner non-static variable, inner static variable. Okay. So by taking one example, we'll see everything, how it will be. So I created one class called static class. So inside this, I need to create another class. Okay. So you can create like that class, but it should not be public. So that we will discuss in upcoming videos. Public inner class. Okay. In the inner class, you have public int non-static variable. Okay. And public static int static variable. Okay. This is static variable. And inside this, I have a inner class. What is that? Static class, static inner class. Okay. So the names, whatever you want, you can give. Int. So I'm just putting another, I'm initializing another variables. What is that? Inner non-static variable is equals to 10. Int static int inner static variable is equals to some 50, like this. Okay. What is this? Static variable inside inner static class. Okay. Now, what I'll do here from other class, I want to print something. Okay. I want to print something. System dot out dot print ln. With the class name only, you can directly access static methods, right? Static things, right? So what is that class? Inner class dot what, and another what is that? Static inner class. Inside that static is what? Inner static variable. So static inner class dot inner static variable. That's it. Okay. This class having static class. If it is static, I can directly use with the help of class name. So class name dot static inner. Inside this, another static is there. This variable static means directly with the help of class name, I can call it. I did the same thing. Inner class dot static inner dot class dot inner static variable. So if I try to execute this, sorry, I need to get 50. Right. You see that? I got 50. So classes also I'm getting with the help of class name. Right. So if I try to do this for non-static variable. Okay, inner non-static variable. So this is not accessible with the help of class name. If you try to do that, obviously you'll get error. What is that? Non-static variable, inner non-static variable cannot be referred from a static context, right? So you cannot do this. But if you assign some variable to the static variable, okay, there is nothing, right? I will assign myself inner class dot static variable is equals to some 25. Now if I want to print system dot print ln, I can directly print this. I'm not going inside this. Even then also class name dot, this is already we have seen, but I'm just showing this. This is we have seen with other class in our previous videos. Now it will print what? 25. You see that 50 from here, 25 from here. Okay. But if it is non-static variable, okay, I'll do the same thing. Inner class dot non-static variable. 45, something like this. So this is non-static. Non-static I cannot access with the help of class name. So obviously you will get an error. For that I need to create an object, right? For this I need to create an object. So but static stuff we can directly access using the class name. Even if it is static class, you see that static class dot, inside that static stuff I'm directly accessing. Okay, this is all about static classes in Java. Okay, so what could be the possible interview questions? What is static keyword and what is static class? Can you explain with an example? Okay, so that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video we will see arrays in Java. So what do you mean by array? So arrays are objects which store multiple variables of same type that are referred by a common name. So till now we are storing only one value, int a is equals to 10, boolean b is equals to true, something like that. We are storing only one value. But what if I want to store multiple values? So that time arrays are helpful. Arrays are fixed in size. So the size of the array is fixed. Since arrays are objects in Java, we can find their length using member length. So we can get the length of the array, means how many values we stored inside the array we'll come to know. A Java array variable can also be declared like other variable with square bracket after the data type. So it is very similar to int a is equals to 10, something like that. But the difference is you need to use square bracket, that we will see how we will use. The variables in the arrays are declared and each have an index beginning from 0. Okay, if you are storing multiple values, so each value will have one index and that index will start from the 0. So arrays can contain primitive data types as well as objects of a class depending on the definition of an array. So in an array, you can store primitive data types as well as reference data types. Okay. In case of primitive data types, the actual values are stored in contiguous memory locations. In case of objects of a class, the actual objects are stored in heap segment. So if you take this example, right, it is simple primitive data types I'm storing in this array. Okay. So if that is the case, you see that I have in this array, this is array. In this array I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 10 values stored in this. Okay. Normally, if you say int a is equals to 10 means I'm storing only one value, but here I'm storing 10 values. Okay. So 5, 15, 60, 26, 45, 85, 124, 56, 25, 63, and 3. So each value will have its own index, and that index starts from the 0. Okay, in the 0th position you have 5, in the first position you have 15, something like that. If you have 10 elements, means 10 values, means it starts from the 0 and ends with 9. In the 9th index you have 3. So these are called array indices. So according to this, the array of length, we just discussed, right? The length is 10. First index is 0, last index is 9. This is 0 and this is 9, and the total values are 10. This is length of the array. Okay. So one-dimensional array. So you'll have one-dimensional array and two-dimensional. Okay. The general format of one-dimensional array declaration is, you see that here, I just told you, like it's very similar to the how you create a variable, but you will have extra the square bracket. Okay, so int some a means now this a can hold multiple values, as this is an array. How you'll come to know this is array? After int you have this square bracket. So it will be both the ways. You can put like this, otherwise int a. After a also you can put this square bracket. So you can put after int, otherwise after a. This is what we are seeing here. Okay, both the ways you can do. An array declaration has two components, the type and name. Type declares the element type of the array, means what kind of elements you are going to store. I'm saying integer, boolean, whatever it is. The element type determines the data type of each element that comprises the array. Okay, like array of the int type, we can create an array of other primitive data types like character, float, double, etc., whatever it is. If it is character array, you can mention something like this. If it is boolean array, you can say like this. If you want to do with a double, something like this. So this way you can create arrays of user defined, etc., or user defined data types, objects of a class. Thus the element type for the array determines what type of data the array will hold. So that is what we are saying, right? It can hold only characters. It will hold only boolean values. It will hold only double values. Okay, that's how it will work. Moving further, you see, these are examples that we just saw, right? Byte, short, boolean, long, float, double, character, object. Okay. Object is the superclass in Java. Okay, this is called object class, superclass in the Java. So in the image, first declaration establishes the fact that integer array is an array variable. No array actually exists. It simply tells to the compiler that this variable will hold an array of the integer types. To link int array with an actual physical array of integers, you must allocate one using new and assign it to int array. This is called instantiating the array. Okay, so the simply, if you put something like this, so if I say int I, so this will not be actually exist. Okay, so but when you do like this, variable name is called a new type of size. So int I is equals to new int of something like that 5. Now it will create that memory. Okay, so instantiating an array. When an array is declared, only a reference of any array is created. To actually create or give memory to array, you create an array like this. So this is what you need to do, like this. So we will see everything. So now moving further. So example, int array, declaring an array. So int array is equals new int of 10. Okay, int I, then I is equals to 10, something like that. So it is allocating memory to the array. Otherwise, you can make these two things in a single line. int array is equal to new int of 10, combining both statement into one. The elements in the array allocated by new will automatically be initialized to 0. 0 for numeric types, false for Boolean, or null for reference types. Okay. Array literal. So we are saying we will add multiple values. So you can do it two ways. So this is one of the ways, array literal. So where the size of the array and variables of array are already known, array literals can be used. You see that? Array declaring array literals. So I'm storing multiple integer values, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 values I'm storing in this variable just because of this is an array. Okay. So you have multi-dimensional array, two-dimensional array, something like that. So multi-dimensional arrays are arrays of arrays with each element of the array holding the reference of the other array. Okay. These are also known as jagged arrays. A multi-dimensional array is created by appearing one set of square brackets per dimension. So if you have two square brackets, means it is 2D array, two-dimensional array. If it is having 3 square brackets, so this is called 3D array. Okay. So before going to this, we'll see some examples. Okay, let me go to Visual Studio Code. So I created one of the classes called arrays. Inside this, okay, inside this. So how you can declare first? I'll take example with integer. Int square bracket. I can say int array. Okay, so that's it. This is called what? Declaring an array. But actually, how you will get memory for this? So int array is equals to new keyword and then int of 4. Now what it is called? Allocating memory to the array, and it can hold 4 values. As we declared, you can hold only 4 values. Okay. So you need to mention how many values you are going to store. Okay. So otherwise, you can directly do this. Int a is equals to new int of 4. Okay. This is single line. This is called initializing the array. So either this way or this way. Okay. So this is initializing the array. Now how you will add the values to this? Okay. How you can add the values to this? So how you can do is int array, the variable, you need to mention the index. In the 0th index, what value you want to store? Okay, I want to store 10. For each and every index, you need to mention which value you want to store. Int array of 1 is equals to 20. And the same way, other values also. It is 30 in the second index. In the third index, it is 40. So this is how you can assign the values. So how to print this? Okay, how to print this? System.out.println. The same way, int array of, I can say 3. So when you mention something like this, in the third position, in the third index, not position, means 0th index, first index, second index, third index. In the third index, what you have? 40. It will print 40. Okay. So let me run this and we'll see till now. Java arrays.java. You see that it is printing 40. Okay, the reason is I'm getting the, in this array, what is the value inside the third index. Okay, this is how you can access. Now, if I try to do something like this, int array of 4 is equals to 50, something like this. Okay. So I already told that I will only hold 4 values. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm trying to add 5th value. So what will happen here? You'll get error. Okay. What is that? You see that? Java.lang.array index out of bounds exception, index 4 out of bounds for the length 4. Okay. So you cannot add more than what you mentioned there. Okay. I already told here I can only hold 4 values. If you try to do add more than that, it will give you an exception, that array index out of bounds exception. It might be one of the interview questions. If you do something like that, what exception you will get? Array index out of bounds exception. Okay. Now, another way of array literals, right? This is one way of adding the values to your array. Now, int array, I can say 1, something like that. Okay. And you can directly mention what values you want. Okay. So you see that now I am mentioning this square bracket after this. Previously we used after int. Okay. This also works. So 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Okay. So 5 values I'm storing here. So this is also possible. But how you will access here? Now whatever I have written here, the same thing I use it to access. Here also same thing. How you mention that doesn't matter. While calling with the index only you can call. Okay. Our index of 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. So it has to print 80 now. Okay. So try to print, execute this. You see that first one is 40 and from the second 8. This is how you can, with simple way, right? So declaring and allocating memory, otherwise this line and adding this way is a bit difficult, but here you can directly add with the single line. Okay. So now I want to know the length of the string, array. Length of the array. How you'll get that? So system.out.println, and I'll mention array length. What is that array length? Array length will comes with integer array dot. You have length member inside this. So with the help of this, you can get the length of the array. Okay. Array1 length. So array1 dot length. Okay. So it has to print 4 and it has to print 5. Here we have 4 values. Here we have 5 values. Okay. Is that array length is 4, array1 length is 6. Why 6? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 5, 6. We have 6 values inside this. But this is how you can find how many values are there inside the array. Okay. Now, can we reassign the value to the array? Means, well, I want to change this int array of 2 means index 2 value to not 30. I want something else. Can we do that? So int array of 2. To what I can say 1, 2, 3, something like this. Okay. So now if you try to print this one, what I'll do, I'll take this. And this will be 1, 2, 3. And the index is second index. So what is this called? Reassigning the value to specific index. Okay. So if I try to run this, it will print 1, 2, 3. You see that previously the value is 30, but I changed it in the middle of my program. Okay, so that's how I can change. So what happens sometimes, I'll try to access. So we have 1, 2, 3. I'll try to put int array of 5. Int array of 4 is also not there, 5 is also not there. If you put 4 also, what happens? There is no index with 4 in this, but I don't know, otherwise mistakenly I did. I tried to access the 4th index. Then what you will get? You will get the same exception. Index out of bounds exception. The reason is there is no value, there is no index even in that position. Okay, so if you already you mentioned 4 values, if I try to do, means add also, you will get. If I try to access also, you will get the same issue. Okay, you will get an error here. Okay, so this is all about array. So we have seen 2 ways to initializing the array. One is this way and one is array literals. How to add the values, you have seen that you can access the values from the array using index. If the index is not available, you will get the array index out of bounds exception. You can get the length of the array using the length member, and you can reassign the values to your one of the index values. Okay, if you try to add the value which is not there, the memory is not allocated, or if you try to access also, try to add, try to access, you will get the array index out of bounds exception. Okay, so we'll add more than one value to this array. Okay, that is the advantage. Okay, that's all about arrays. And if you go back to the PPT, so what could be the possible interview questions? So people may ask, what is an array? How you'll get the length of the array? How you can access the values from an array? How many ways you can create the arrays? Something like that you may face. Okay, so that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see what is constructor in Java. Okay, so constructor is a block of code that initializes the newly created object. Okay, it's a block of code that initializes the newly created object. Constructor is a special type of method. So it is very similar to a method, but it has some differences when you compare with the method that we will see. But on the high level, if you want to say, constructor is also a type of method. Okay, constructor is called when an instance of object is created and memory is allocated for that object. Okay, to call the constructor, no need to call explicitly. Okay, that we will see. When an object is created using new keyword, then at least one constructor is called, that is called default constructor. So the moment when you create an object, we have seen in our previous videos that class name, some instance is equal to new class name. So the moment when you create something like that, so the default constructor will be called. Okay, constructor name must be same as its class name. So this is very important, that how you will make sure that I told constructor is also a type of method, but how you differentiate method and constructor. So with this point, constructor name must be same as its class name. So if you use the same class name to a method, that is called a constructor. Okay, so it is something like this: public class sample. So inside I have created a method, that method name is also same as class. So this is called constructor. You'll have a block of code inside this. Okay, so types of constructors, we have few types of constructors. What is the default constructor? No argument constructor, parameterized constructor. Okay, these three constructors we will discuss in detail in our upcoming videos. So what is default constructor? If you do not implement any constructor in your class, means you did not create any constructor. then Java compiler inserts a default constructor. So if you did not create that method, okay, constructor, even though Java compiler inserts a default constructor, you would not find it in your source code, as it would be inserted into the code during compilation and exists in compilation file. Okay, so means you cannot see in your code where is the constructor. If somebody asks, you cannot show that. But the moment when it compiles, it by default it creates a default constructor. Okay. What is no argument constructor? Constructor with no arguments is known as no arg constructor. The same way in the method also we have method with arguments, right? Parameterized methods we have seen. Okay. So the same way constructor will also accept some arguments. The signature is same as default constructor. However, sorry, this is no arguments, right? You cannot, it will not have any arguments. Okay, it is plain method. Okay, that we have seen in our one of our previous videos called simple method. Okay, it is very similar to that simple method. So this is no arg constructor. So the signature is same as default constructor. However, body can have any code unlike default constructor, where the body of the constructor is empty. So in the default constructor, you cannot even see where the constructor is. You did not even wrote that. Okay, but here you will write a method constructor. Inside that you will have some code, but for the method it will not have any arguments. Okay, so this is parameterized constructor, means it will have some arguments. Constructor with arguments or parameters is known as parameterized constructor. Apart from this, other properties are same as before. The name should be same as your class name. Okay, so and it will have some parameters. So each and everything, default, no arg constructor, parameterized constructor, we will discuss in detail in our upcoming videos. So here I have made a difference between constructor and method. Okay, so then it will be very clear for you. So constructor is special type of methods to initialize the objects of a class. So to initialize the object of the class, you will use constructor. Okay, if you say class name cn is equals to new class name, right? You will create an instance to class something. This is constructor. Okay, so special type of methods to initialize the object of a class. Coming to the method, set of statements that are invoked at any point in a program to return the results. So method, you can create any number of methods, any type of methods, right? Whenever you want. Purpose of create a constructor is to create an instance of a call. So the purpose of creating is to call. Purpose of method is to execute the block of code. Here also you can execute the block of code, but you have the main purpose is to create an instance of call. These are called implicitly and immediately. So these are called when these are called in the implicitly, immediately upon creation of the object. So if you want to call a constructor, normally how you will call method? Object dot method, right? We have seen something like this. But if it is a constructor, no need to call explicitly cn dot that class name. No need to call something like this. Okay, this is not needed. For method, you need to explicitly call. Okay, they can be called directly with or without even creating an instance of the class. Right. So with the instance means something like this. If it is static method, with the class name, right? Both the ways. Here, name of the constructor must be same as the class name. Okay, methods can have arbitrary names. Your own name you can put whatever name you want, but you should give some relevant names. It doesn't have any return type, but needs a valid return type, at least void. Right, you will have void, integer, boolean, all primitive and non-primitive. Right, so anything, but here you will not have a return type. Cannot be inherited by subclasses. So inheritance we will discuss in our upcoming classes, but cannot be inherited by subclasses. Can be inherited by subclasses. Okay, These are all the basic difference between a constructor and a method. With the help of some code, means examples, you'll come to know each and everything in detail. Okay. Let me clear this. Okay. Now, so what could be the possible interview questions from this? So people may ask, what is constructor? Very important. So can you tell me how many types of constructors are there? So what is default constructor? What is no or constructor? What is parameterized constructor? Difference between method and constructor, and difference between default, no argument, parameterized constructor. So these kind of questions you may face. Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see default constructor in Java. So in our previous video, we have seen what is constructor. So in detail, in theory. So from this video, we will see using some examples. So default constructor. So we already discussed, if you do not implement any constructor in your class, then Java compiler inserts a default constructor. You would not find it in your source code, as it would be inserted into the code during compilation and exists in compilation file. In the same way, the default constructor is used to provide the default values to the objects like 0, null, etc., depending on the type. Okay, this point also we will see. If you do not have initialized anything, constructor will initialize default values. So let me go to Visual Studio Code. So I have created default constructor class. So inside this, what I'll do, int a is equals to 10. Okay. And string s is equals to, I'll say constructor. Okay. Something like this. So now, if I want to print this, okay. So these are outside of class, okay, instance variables. So now, if I want to access this, okay, I cannot directly access, right? These are not static. Inside the static, I cannot access this one. So if I say system.out.println, okay. So if I print a, in the same way, if I print the yes. So if I try to do this, what happens? We'll see. Default constructor.java. So non-static variable s cannot be referenced from a static context. That is fine. So for that, you need to create an object for this. Okay. So let me create an object. Default constructor DC is equals to new default constructor. Okay. So this is called constructor. Okay. But I did not return any constructor inside my class. But dc.a, if I try to access these things, dc.a and dc.s. Okay, that's simple. I created one object and this is called constructor, default constructor. So I did not create any constructor explicitly. So because of the, it will create its own means default constructor when you compile, and with the help of DC, I'm able to access these. Okay, so let me execute this. You see that 10 and constructor. Okay, this is how you can use. But if you did not mention anything here, so I did not mention anything. Int a, string s, that's it. Okay, now what happens? Normally, if you assign some values, obviously it will print those values. But I did not assign any values. I did not initialize it. So what values it will print? Okay, we'll try to execute and see. You see that 0 and null. So where it is coming from, the 0 and null, all these things. Okay, because of default constructor. Okay, we already discussed in the PPT that the default constructor is used to provide the default values to the object like 0, null, depending on the type. Okay, so depending on the type means if it is integer, we have seen in the data types like we have some default values. Okay, default values. So it will print. If I say double D, so what could be the default value for the double? So what is that? So we'll try to execute and see. You see that 0.0, as it is double, the default value is 0.0. So that is one of the usage or advantage when you use default constructor, but you will not explicitly write default constructor here. Okay, this is all about default constructor. So what could be the possible interview questions from here? Obviously, they might ask what is constructor? How many types of constructors are there? Can you tell me about a default constructor and what is the use of that? Okay, so that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see no argument constructor in Java. So this is one of the types in constructors. So we will see what is this no argument constructor. So we already saw this definition and theory, all these things in one of our videos called constructors in Java. So constructor with no arguments is known as no arg constructor. The signature is same as default constructor. However, body can have any code unlike default constructor where the body of the constructor is empty. Okay, so we will see by taking an example. So I created no argument constructor here class. So inside this, let me take an example the same way how we took for the default constructor. Int I string s. Okay, string s. So here we will create one constructor. How the constructor should be? So public no argument constructor. The same name, right? The rule is what? Constructor name should be same as class name. So with the help of this rule only, we'll come to know this is constructor. Okay, public. You will not have a public void, something like this. So that is what we discussed. Why return type will not be there for constructor. Now I can write something in this. Okay, I can write something. I is equals to 10. S is equals to what we can write? No argument constructor. Okay, so how you can access this information? So for this, I need to create an object. Okay, I need to create an object. No argument constructor is equals to new no argument constructor. Normally, if it is a method, what we need to do? NAC dot, we need to call that method, right? Something like this. But for the constructor, no need to call explicitly, right? The moment when you write this line, automatically constructor will get executed if you have constructor. Okay, so I'm not calling any method. Okay, so we'll try to execute this and we'll see. Sorry, we did not print that. So we need to print those. System.out.println I. The same way. Yes. Okay. So I have written 4 lines of code inside the constructor. To execute these 4 lines of code, I no need to call this method explicitly with the help of object. The moment when you create an object, an instance, so automatically it will get executed. You see that 10 no argument constructor. Okay, if you create one method, okay, it should be, so before that we'll see, we'll try to put one return type, public void. Okay, still no issues. The reason is it is taking as a method, not as a constructor. Okay, so instead of this, if you take public void as a just a method, okay, and I have system dot out dot print ln, just a method. Okay, I want to call this method, I want to execute this method. So if I try to execute this, you see that what is happening? Okay, previously also nothing happened. When the moment when you created this void, it became what? Normal method. Because of that, without calling this method, you cannot access, right? You cannot execute. So because of that, it did not. Similarly, I created one more public void method. So I want to print this one. You cannot print. The reason is, if you want to print, you need to call this method using object NAC dot method. Right. So if you try to execute now it will print. So just a method. So difference between your constructor and method is, this constructor will get execute the moment when you create an object. So the single line. But if you want to call this method and execute this method, you need to call explicitly with the help of this object NAC dot method. So that is the difference between constructor and method. And no argument constructor means you are not passing any arguments to this. This is empty. So, but you have some body. Okay. So this is no argument constructor. Okay. So what could be the possible interview questions from here? So what is constructor? How many types of constructors are there? Can you tell me? No. Can you tell something about no argument constructors? So how it is helpful, right? So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see parameterized constructor in Java. So what do you mean by parameterized constructor in Java? Constructor with arguments or parameters is known as parameterized constructor. Okay. So with the help of one example, we'll understand what exactly it is. So I created one of the classes called parameterized constructor. So let me create a constructor. Okay. So how it will be? Same thing, public. So parameterized constructor, the name of the method should be same as my class name. So inside this, for this, so if it is something like this, this is no argument constructor. But here, what I'll do, int emp id string emp name I'm passing. So now it will become parameterized constructor. Why? The name of the class and your name of this method are same. So because of that, it is constructor, and I am passing some parameters. So because of this, it is parameterized constructor. So inside this, what I'll do, simply system.out.println emp id. So the same way I'll try to print emp name. That's it. Okay. But from where you will get this value, from where you will pass these values, how you will print these? Very simple. Okay. So I need to, if I want to execute this, I need to create an object. No need to call, but at least I need to create an object. So I'll create an object. Okay. So parameterized constructor PC is equals to new parameterized constructor, something like that we are doing till now. Okay. So we have seen same way we'll create an object. This is called default constructor and all these things we have seen. But now I have done like this. We'll see what is the problem if you do like this. Java parameterized constructor dot Java. You'll get an error. So what is it saying? Constructor, parameterized constructor in class, parameterized constructor cannot be applied to given types. Required int string, but found no arguments. So it is expecting some values, but you are not providing. Actual and formal argument lists differ in length. So I'm expecting 2 parameters, but you're not passing. Okay. So if you have a parameterized constructor, then while you creating object to that, the same way how you do here, the same way you need to create here. You need to pass how you, when you call a method, how you will pass these parameters, the same way you need to pass here. So because of that, I need to pass emp id and emp name. If I want to do for another employee, so that time I need to create another object, Jerry 102, and name should be different, PC1 I can say. Okay, so this is how you just pass, but PC dot parameterized constructor you no need to call. Okay, the moment when you create something like this, when you execute, automatically it will match what kind of constructor I have with these 2 parameters. The 2 parameters, first one is integer, second one is string. So it will match with this. Okay, there is a constructor with similar signature, so I'll execute this. Okay, so if you try to execute now, you see that 101 term, 102 0, it is printing as it is. So this is how parameterized constructor will work. But okay, this is very simple. This way, if you have 3 parameters, you need to pass 3 parameters. If you have 10, you need to pass 10. And how the order is the same order you need to. I cannot put Tom here and 101 here. Okay, the same way how you did here, declared, the same way you need to use. So, but can we use more than one constructor? Okay, that is possible. So I can create a default constructor now. Okay, public parameterized constructor. Simply, right? I'll not pass anything, no arguments constructor here. Okay, so system dot out dot println, I can say this is no argument constructor. Okay, but as it is, means default means no arg constructor. If it is no arg constructor, the moment when you create an object, it get executed, that we saw in our previous video where we are discussing no arg constructor. Okay, so let me execute now. You see that it is not executing. The reason is, with this signature, I did not created any object. So for that, you need to create an object PC2 is equals to new parameterized constructor. So now you no need to pass, means don't pass. Now this constructor is matching with this constructor is matching with this constructor. If it is any matching constructor, automatically it will get executed. No need to call explicitly. Okay, now if you run the same now you'll get no or constructor. Okay, so now one more thing we need to discuss. This is public. Can we make it private? Okay, private we discussed, right? In high level, private means within the class only you can use. Outside the class you cannot. Okay, so normally if it is a private, you cannot call that method. Okay, let me take an example. So public void, just a method. Okay, just a method. System dot out dot println, just a method. Okay, simple. But if I want to call this method outside of this class, okay, that we already saw. So let me, so in one of our previous videos, we called something like this, instance variables I is equal something like that. But here I can say parameterized constructor PC is equals to new parameterized constructor. Okay, and then PC dot, okay, PC dot method. Okay, you need to call like this. The reason is, this is a normal method. If I want to execute this method from outside of this class, I need to create an object, and object dot, I need to call that method. Okay, so let me execute this. So for this, if I'm calling from outside, I need to compile that previous one. So directly it is not working. So compiled. So again, Java C call variables dot Java call variables, compiling, and I'm executing. Now you see that just a method. Apart from that, you are getting no argument constructor. The reason why this is matching what? This is matching with the no argument constructor. So because of this line, constructor executed. Because of this line, I'm calling the method. This method got executed. Okay. So if I make it private, and if I try to execute, so I need to compile the first program also. Java C call variables. You see that method has private access in this class. So if it is private, I cannot access. That is the purpose of private, right? To restrict the access. So this is fine. Okay, this is fine. What about you apply? So method has private access, it is saying, right? What about you apply the same thing with this? Any one of this private constructor I created. So what happens when you create private constructor? So I don't need this one, it's not there. So but I can create an object, right? So we'll see what happens when you create an object. So before private, I'll it be as it is public. Okay, public, I'm creating an object. Automatically it will get executed, it will print, right? That we will see first. Let me compile this. Will not get any error. Java call variable. You see that no argument constructor. From where it is coming? I create an object with this no argument constructor, then automatically it matched with this and it executed. So what if you make it private? Okay, this is I'm not able to access this method, but if it is private, what happens here? Okay, so let's do the same thing. First compile the parameterized constructor. There is no issue. If I put private also, it's not giving any error. Even I can call that method Java parameterized constructor. Okay, I can execute that. So I'm getting everything. No argument constructor, that is private, no problem. But if I compile this Java, say call variables.java. When you compile only, you'll get an error. It is saying constructor this in class this cannot be applied to given types. Required no arguments, found no arguments. Reason, parameterized constructor has private access in parameterized constructor. So if you have a private constructor with the signature, if you try to create an object, it will not even allow you to create an object. Okay, it will restrict. If you want to restrict somebody not to create an object to your class, make the constructor private. Then nobody can create an object and nobody can access anything from this class. Okay, so that is the difference between when you make it private and public. Okay, so we can create multiple constructors with different signatures. Okay, so you can make it private. If you make it private, you cannot even create the object for this class. Okay, so that's all about parameterized constructor. We'll go back to the PPT, and what could be the possible interview questions from here? What is constructor? Types of constructors. What is parameterized constructor? Sorry, there is a typo. And can we create multiple constructors? Okay, can you make it a constructor private? What happens if you make the constructor private? Okay, these kind of questions you may face. Okay, that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see strings in Java. Okay, already we have discussed that we have primitive data types and reference data types. String comes under reference data type, but it is very important. So strings in Java, string is a sequence of characters, but in Java, a string is an object that represents a sequence of characters. The java.lang.string class is used to create a string object. So normally string means sequence of characters. Okay, everything is string. If you talk about this paragraph also, it's a kind of string. Everything is sequence of characters. S is a character, T is a character, R is a character. So sequence of these characters are called strings. But in Java, apart from that, string is an object also. That is defined in java.lang package. So how you will create a string? So two ways normally you can create a string. The first is using string literal. So string, some s is equals to, this is string literal example that should be inside double quotes. Okay. So how you do this? In the primitive type, int I is equals to 10, boolean b is equals to true. The same way, string s is equal to something in between double quotes. Another way is using new keyword. So as it is a class, so you will create an object to the class, right, by using new keyword that we have seen. Okay. So the same way for string also, string s is equals to new string. So with the help of new keyword, you can create an object. This way also you can create a string. So apart from this, as a string is a class, you have n number of methods inside this. You see, length, caret, contain, starts with, ends with, index of, is empty, replace, substring, again substring, to lowercase, to uppercase, trim, compare to, concat. So you have n number of methods. So many methods inside this string class. All are very much helpful. So we will discuss in detail about these methods in our next video. But in this video, we will see string, what is string, how to create string, how internally it works. Okay. So by taking one example, we'll understand all these things. Let me go to Visual Studio Code. So I have created one class called strings demo. Okay. So first, we already discussed that first point is sequence of characters. So sequence of characters where you can store character array. Right, how it will be? So inside the curly braces, you can mention just an example I'm taking. Okay, Java, JAVA, these are 4 characters. Sequence of these characters I'm storing in where character array. Okay, so now how can I assign this to string? String s is equals to new string of ch. Okay, so if you try to print this, yes. Okay, if you try to print this, we'll see how it will execute, whether it will give Java or not. It should print Java like this. Okay, so Java strings demo dot Java. You see that it is printing Java. Okay, so but you cannot create string something like this for each and every time. How much big string if you want, you cannot create string array, no, all these things. It is difficult. So normally how many ways you can do that? So first way that we have seen in on the PPT, string s1 is equals to Java. Okay, so again I'll print the same thing, s1. Okay. When you try to print this 2 times, it will print Java. Okay, so we are seeing the same output. And another way, okay, so another way is string s2 is equals to new string of, I can say, Java program. Okay, And the same way, if I print this S2, I'll print S2, how it prints Java program. So we'll try to execute this S2. You see that Java program, but outside you will feel that everything is same, but internally how it is working. Okay, so the moment when you use this one, string S2 is equal to new string, what it will do, it will create two objects. Okay, two separate objects in the memory. So one is in heap memory. Okay, and second one is, for each string there is a separate memory called string constant pool. In string constant pool. Okay, string constant pool. Inside this, it will create. So this is how it will do. How internally it will do. I'll take an example and I'll show you. So in the memory, something like this. Just an example. So you take, this is heap memory. This is string constant pool. So the moment when you create an object, it will create this Java here in the heap memory, and Java program, whatever it is. Okay, so S2 will point to this. Okay, and the same way, this is for new keyword. With the help of new keyword only, will create an object, right? So with the help of that, you'll create one object. But whatever you have written inside this string, means in the double quotes, for this, it will create one more Java program in the string constant pool. Okay, so this is how it will create in two ways, means in two places. But actual S2 will be pointed to heap memory only. Right? S2 will be pointed to heap memory. Okay, so now what I'll do, I will take another string. Okay, same again here, but it will S3. Okay, and the same way, if I try to print this one also, same thing, Java program. Okay, let me execute this. What happened? Sorry, I need to change it to S3. You will get Java program again, no problem. But outside, you feel that, okay, I created one string, it is printing. But internally, how it works, when you talk about this, it will again, for the S3 object, it will create one more object here in the heap memory, Java program, and S3 will point to this. But when it comes to string constant, it has to create one more object here for this. Okay, but how it will behave string constant pool, the moment when you look into string constant pool, if Java program is already there, means same string already is there, then it will not create another one. So it will not accept duplicate values. Okay, it will not accept duplicate values. But in the heap memory, it will create, and it will point to this one, not this one. Okay, so this is how internally it works. And if you take second way, first way, right, we have taken this one. So the same way, if I try to print string S4 is equals to Java program, same thing. Okay. And I will try to print the same thing here also. S4. And again, I'll do the same thing with some other, means with the S5. So output will be same. Output will be same. If I try to execute this, you see 4 times Java program. Why it is here S2, S3, S4, S5, it is printing Java program. But how internally this is called string literal. Okay, that is using new object. This is called string literal. So how internally it behaves. Okay, so for this, just an example I'm taking. Otherwise, if you take the same thing, so for this, there is no new keyword here, right? How we use a new keyword here? Here it is not there. So for this, it will not create an object in the heap memory. For this, it will try to create in the string constant pool. But the moment when it comes, so Java program is already there. So it will not create another one. It will point to this one. And the same way, S5 also points to the same one. Okay, it will not create duplicate things and it will not touch heap memory. Okay, so string constant pool, it will, if it is not there, it will create. If it is already there, it will point to that. Okay, so how you make sure that no, this is exactly working inside the memory, something like this. So we'll try to prove that. Okay, so let me clear this. So we will try to prove this. For that, we need to use one of the methods called proof. So system.out.println. Here we have one of the methods in system class, system.identity hash code of, we need to take from S2. Okay, this is using new object. So what happens internally, for each and every object, it will create one hash code that will be, so each and every object will have a unique identity hash code. Okay, so if everything is a new object, then S2 should have a unique value, S3 should have a unique value, and S4 and S5 should also have a unique values. But if you execute this program, we will see what S2 will print, S3 will print, S4 will print, S5 will print. As per the previous discussion, S2 will have a separate object in heap memory. Okay, separate. S3 will also have separate in heap memory. But S4, it will have one reference to the string constant pool. So it will print one value, unique value. But for S5 also, it should print the same value. The reason is S4 and S5 both are pointing to the same object that is there in the string constant pool. So if it is, whatever we discussed, if it is printing the same way, then it will be clear for us. So let me run this program. You see, this is S2 and S3, two separate values, but S4 and S5 printing same values. 366590980, 366590980, but these two are different. Okay, if I try to execute the same thing again, this time also same. How many times you execute, it will give you the same information. Okay, so this is for S2. Okay, and this is for S3, and this is for S4 and S5, both are having same value. right? So with the help of this identity hash code information, we prove that these two will have different objects because of the two different hash codes. But S4 and S5 will pointing to the same object because of that both are printing same number, right? So this is how we'll come to know that these are pointing to the values or objects there in the where string constant pool. Okay, so this is all about string in Java, and how you can initialize and print, and the same way how many ways you can do. That's how internally it works with the new operator. And if you directly string S4 is equal to string literal, so how it will be behaving internally in the memory. Okay, so that's all in this. Before concluding this, what could be the possible interview questions from this? So they might ask, what is string in Java? String is a class. So reference data type. How many ways you can create strings? So using new keyword and string literal. Difference between string literal and string with new keyword. That's what we have discussed. So what are the string methods that we will discuss in our next video? Okay, this could be your possible interview questions from this topic. Okay, that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see string methods. Okay, so in our previous video, we have seen that what is string in Java. Now we will see string methods in Java. Okay, there are so many methods available in string. Length, character 8, contain starts with another starts with method with different parameters, ends with index of, is empty. So these are all different methods, important methods in string. So I'll try to make 2 videos, so it will become very big. So first set will make 1 video and second set will make another video. So here, to demonstrate all these things, let me go to Visual Studio Code and have created one of the class called string methods. Okay, here we will try to discuss all the methods in detail. So let me take one string. So string S is equals to Java is a programming language. Okay, Java is a programming language. So now I'll try to print this first, whether it is printing or not. Yes. Okay, so string methods. Yeah, it is printing as is. Java is a programming language. So the first method we are going to discuss is length method. Okay, it returns integer value, right? Length means 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever it is. So it will be in the form of integer. So now for this, what I'll do, I'll try to print. So how it will be? Yes, dot. You have one of the methods called length. As a string is an object, so in the string you have so many methods. Yes, dot length. So it will print the length of my string. So how many you can count? 1, 2, 3, 4, and the space also counts in string. If you have a space in between double quotes, even though if you did not write anything, just a empty space also considered as string, means here a character. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay, it has to print the value, the length of the string. This string is what? 30. So let me try to execute and see. You see that this is 30. So 30 is an integer, right? So it returns, this method returns integer value, right? System.out.println is dot length. Right? This length of the string is 30. So now we'll take second method. What is the char 8? Means character 8. You need to mention the index in this particular index. Okay. So what is the character? So it will return char. Okay. So caret. So we'll say that returns char. Okay. So how to print this? So caret int index. So in this sequence of characters, right? So it starts from the 0th index. In the 0th index, you have J. First index A, third index, so 0 to 29. Okay. So we will try to take 1 or 2 examples. S dot caret. C should be small and A should be capital. Okay. I'll print on the 0th index. What is the character I have? So as per that, it should print J. Okay. So if I try to print this, it should print capital J, that is 0th index. So at the same time, if I try to print the last index, that is 0 to 29, means 30th one, what is that? 29. What is that? Small e. The last character is small e. So let me execute and see. This time it has to print small e. Okay. So that's how, if you take something in the between, so whatever the character is there in that index, it will print the same thing. Okay. So now we'll see the third method. What is that? Contains. Contains, and inside this string str, and it returns what? Again, it returns contains, means whether it is contains or not. So it will be in the form of Boolean, returns true or false. Okay, true or false. So now this string contains some other string. So Java is a string, E is a string, A is a string, program is a string. So if it is inside double quotes, so that is a separate, means it's a string. So this string contains some other sequence of characters or not. Okay. So for that, let me take one example. S dot contains. What is that? We need to pass a string value. So I can say Java. Okay, Java. Okay. So Java is there inside this string. So obviously it will print true. Okay, let me execute and see. The last value should be, sorry, there is a typo. So contains, it should give me true. You see that the last value is true. The same way, no need to take a single word. I can take from A to any combination. I'll take this one. Okay. Println is dot contains this one. Even there is no meaning. A is a pro. Even though what happens, that is that sequence is there inside the string, right? This is a sequence, and this entire string contains this sequence. So if it is there, then it will print true. Okay, let me run again and see. You see that again true. But if you take which is not there, okay, if you take which is not there, okay, let me remove one space, at least one space. You see, I removed one space. But with this sequence, there is no word in this. Okay, so obviously you will get false value. Let me execute and see. You see that last value is false. The reason is this sequence of characters is not there in this sequence of characters. Okay, it should match. So that's how contains will work. Now we'll take the fourth one. Starts with and string str, and again it will also returns true or false. Okay, whether my string is starting with this sequence or not. All right. So let me copy one of this one, and instead of contains, starts with. It starts with Java. Yes, my string is starting with Java only, right? So obviously you will get the true. So let me execute. You see that true. And not only Java. If it is JA, yes, it is starting with JA only. It might be JA, JAV, JAVA, JAVA space. So whatever you take from the starting point to the in the sequence, the string is starting with that sequence, right? So because of that, this one also it will print true. You see that true. But if you take randomly from this, even though it is a part of this, so is a part of what in this string, but that is not my string is not starting with is. My string is starting with Java. So this time it will print false. You see that last value is false. So that is how it will work. Means my string sequence is starting with whatever I have given in this or not. If it is starting with that sequence, it will return true. Otherwise, it will return false. So now we'll try to see other one. Starts with, okay, and then string str comma int offset. So we failed here. Right? So how we can make that pass means, so not only starts with, but in which index it is starting with the same. Okay, is starting with what index? So if you go up 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the fifth position. Okay, in the fifth position. Sorry, not here. The fifth position is starting with I or not. That's how it will verify. So in the string sequence, in the fifth index, from the fifth index, it is starting with I or not. Okay. Yes, the fifth index, from the fifth index, it is starting with is I. So if I try to execute this, it will print true. You see that? True. In the same way, if you take another example, in the 0th position, means in the starting position, starting with J. Yes, it is starting with J. Right, true. In the same way, the 0 index or something, fifth index, again I'll take fifth index. Is that fifth index starting with some J? No, right? It is starting with I. So if you try to execute the same thing, now it will print you false. You see, that is false. So from this offset means from the middle of, sorry, not in the middle of, from the any point of the string. Any point means you need to mention which point, fifth index. From the fifth index, it is starting with is or what. If from the 0th index, how it is starting? The fifth index starting with I, not with J. So because of that, it prints false. Okay. So let me take sixth method. How you have starts with? The same way you have ends with. Okay. Starts with, ends with. Same string and returns true or false. So let me take, copy paste this one. So the method is ends with. So ends with what? Programming language. Right, programming language. So last is age, something like that. E. So how you can take? You can take it is ending with E. If you take more than it is ending with GE. it is ending with AGE, it is ending with UAGE, everything is true. Means ending with what? So everything, if it ending, not only, you should not consider only E. So sequence of characters, last sequence of characters, that should be in the sequence only. Okay, that because of that we are saying sequence of characters. So if you take anything, GUAGE, right? It is ending with GUAGE. So because of that, it will return true. Otherwise, it is age, right? Age is also a part of the end sequence. So if I try to print this one, now it will give you last value is true. You see that? True. And if you take UAGE, so GUAGE, it will put GUAGE, even then it will give me true. Last value, you see, true. But if you give something else, it's not ending with, so people will sometimes confuse that it is ending with language, right? So if you give lang, but it is not ending with lang, so it will print false. You see that last value is false. So this is how my string is ending with these character sequence or not. So we'll take the 7th one. What is that? Index of string str. Index means it will return first occurrence of required character index. In the form of integer. Okay. So index of particular character or string, whatever it is inside that. So let me take this. So index of, if I take index of AGE, okay, this AGE means 29, 28, 27. So index of that A, okay, index of that A. So index of this string means it is starting with 27. So it will print 27. That index of A is the starting point of this string. Okay, so it should print 27. We'll see. Sorry, index of. You see that? 27. So if you same way, if you take starting point, right, it might be Java or J. Simply you give Java, even it will print what is that index? 0, right? You see that? 0. And first occurrence of, this is age, right? But if you take the same thing, not age, if you take the A, only A. So Java is a programming language. JA, second character, means index is what? Second character 1. First occurrence only it will give. The moment when it faces that A, it gives the index of that. So if you try to execute this one, it will give you A, 1 only. But in the Java, JA, VA, in the Java itself, you have 2 A's, but it will take the first occurrence. Because of that, return first occurrence of required character index in the form of integer, right? So that's how it will work. The next one, 8th one, is empty. Is empty method. So it returns true or false. Okay. So let me take one example. So s dot is empty. My string is empty. No, it has 30 characters. Right. It has 30 characters. It is not empty string. So obviously it will print false. Is it empty? No. Because of that, you'll get false. You see that false. Now I'll take another string. String S1 is equals to, I have given 2 double quotes. Inside this I have not written anything, nothing. So then this will print, this is called empty string. Okay, this is called empty string S1 dot. Okay, so nothing is there inside the string. You see that? True. But if you take another example, string S2 is equals to the same double quotes, but I'll give a space. That's it. This space also considered as a character. So because of that, you will get false only. It is not a S2 is not a empty string. It has one character, that is empty space. Right. So obviously you will get false. What happened? This is S2, not S3. So the last value will get false. Right. This is also not empty. There is a something in the string that is called empty space. Okay. So now we'll see the 9th one. What is that? Replace method. Replace string target, string replacement. So obviously you are just replacing your string. So obviously it returns string only. You are just replacing something in your string. So now what I'll do, system.out.println. So yes dot replace. The target is, I'll say Java. I want to replace this Java with something else. So let me take Python. Okay. Now in the Java is a programming language. In that string, I am replacing Java with another string. Okay. So obviously it will become Python is a programming language. That's how it will replace. So if you try to run this one, the last you see Python is a programming language. Actually the S is Java is a programming language. But in that I want to replace some characters with some other characters. Okay, everything should be sequence. So I took Java, replaced with Python. So that part is replaced with Python. So the end result is Python is a programming language. Okay. So we have few more, but I'm stopping here. It will become very lengthy. So I have completed half. We'll see. So what could be the possible interview questions from this? What is string in Java? Can you explain some of the methods or few of the methods in string class? Otherwise, specially they might ask replace method, is empty method, index of. Okay, that's how you might face some questions. Okay, that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see string methods part 2. So we have more methods. So because of that, I have splitted this video into 2 parts. So in our previous video, we have seen few methods. So in this video, we will continue the same. Okay. So let me go to Visual Studio Code. So we already started writing some of the methods. We have written 9 methods till replace. Okay. So we'll see 10th one. So what is that? Substring. Okay. Substring int begin index. So I want to print a substring from this main string. Okay. So it returns again string. The reason is substring we are returning. So how it will be? If you take an example, so yes dot, okay, substring from where begin index, from where you want to print. Okay, let me take 6. Okay, 6th index. So if it is 6th index, So how, from where it will print? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it starts from the S. From this S to till end it will print. Okay. So that's what means from where to print your string. That is the starting index. So from here to it will print. So let me run and see what it is printing. From the 6th index it is printing or not. What happened? Substring. So what we did mistake? Okay, it is small s. Substring is small s. So if you try to print, you see that yes, a programming language. Whether it is working fine or not, we'll see. If you put 0, 0 means from the starting index. From the starting index means it will print entire string, right? It has to print. Java is a programming language. You see that? From where, which string you want to print, from that string it will print. Okay, this is one method. You have similarly another method, 11th one, substring int begin index, comma, int end index, means from where to where you print substring. So again returns string. Okay, so the same thing, I'll take another again. Okay, as the substring 6 comma, I'll say 29. Then obviously you'll get the same output. The reason is last one is what? E, right? So let me execute this. You see that? Yes, a programming language. In the same way, if I take from the starting point to 0 to, so this is 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24. Take 24. So it has to print till LA, right? 0 to 24. Okay. So we'll see. Java is a programming law. It has to print. You see that? Java is a programming. So that index, what is that end index? A. Till there only it will print. From which index to which index you want to print. That simple it is. So from that to this, it will print in the form of string. So 12th one, to lowercase. Okay. And it returns string only, means whatever you have in your string, everything, each and every sequence, its character sequence is converted to lowercase. Okay. So yes dot to lowercase. Java is a programming language to print, but normally my Java is a programming language is what? J is capital, P is capital, L is capital. Everything, whatever it is, lower will be automatic. Already lower means nothing will change, but capital letters will become small letters, means lower case. So let me execute this. You see that? J small, P small, L small. So that's how everything, entire string will become into lowercase. Okay. So now we'll see, we have two uppercase. Similar way how we have, similarly we have returns string. Okay. So now if I try to make it two uppercase, each and every character will become capital letter, everything. So it will become Java is a that's how it will print. Okay, that's how it will print to uppercase. You see that each and every character became capital. Java is a programming language. Okay, so we'll see another one, trim method. Okay, trim again returns string. Trim means it will trim the white spaces for a string. Which white spaces? Means starting and ending white spaces. Okay, let me take string S3. We have S3 used. No, we have not used S3. S3 is something like this. There are some spaces, and Java is a language, something like this. Okay, there are some spaces before the string, means inside the string only, but before the first character. You cannot say even first character, the first character also a space, but you have some empty spaces like this with actual content. What you are expecting? Java is a language. Java is a language. So with the actual, whatever you want this content, but for this content you have some white spaces before and after. So if you use trim, it will trim each and every, means what you say, the starting and ending white spaces. Okay, so let me copy paste this. es3.trim. If you say trim, then it will print from here to here only. Okay, otherwise, before this, you just print. First print S3 without trim. Then how it looks like. Okay, how it looks like means it will print something like this. You see that there is some spaces. Here are also some spaces. Okay, let me try to print this. Execute. You see that if you directly use S3, some spaces, and here also you will find some spaces. Okay, but whatever it is, but you will have some spaces. But here there is no space, and here also you will not find any space. Okay, so this is how you use the trim to trim these spaces. Okay, so now you take 15th method. What is that? Equals method. Equals string s. So equals means comparison, means returns true or false. Okay, now I'll take string s4 is equals to Java. Okay, string s5 is equals to Java. So now I need to compare both are same or not. Okay, so equals method s4 dot equals s5. Obviously it will print true, both are same content. It is string literal, same memory location also. So both will point to the same memory location. So s4 and s5 both are equal. Yes, both are equal true. But if you change small j to capital J, okay, if this is Java, but Java is a case sensitive. Capital J and small j both are different. Obviously you will get false value. Okay, obviously you will get false value. You see that? False. So everything should be same case, means Java is J is capital, means J should be capital. A capital means A capital. If both are same, then only both are, means equals will return true. Otherwise, what it will do? It will return false. Any changes will make false. Okay, but sometimes I want to make both are true. Means I don't bother about I am just bother about whether it is Java or not. Okay, Whether it is Java or not, I don't bother whether it is capital or small. I don't bother all these things. So let me take it S6, S7. So we have one more method, equals ignore case. Okay, equals ignore case. So now both are Java. Okay, I don't bother about capital J or small g. Now obviously it will return true. The same thing, if you use equals, it return false. But if you use, if you use same thing instead of equals, equals ignore case, then it will return true. Okay, you see last output will be true, right? So if it is something else, if it is not same, Java 1, 2, 3, obviously it will return false. Both are not same. If it is what happened? Sorry, S6 and S7. Okay, so if you remove 1, 2, 3, it will be true, equals ignore case. But if I change something, I added 1. Okay, I added 1. If you run, obviously it will return false. The reason is, first of all, both are not same. Okay, whether you bother about capital or small, but both strings are not same. Both strings are same, but case is different, capital, small. So because of that, if you use equals ignore case, then obviously you will get true. Okay, now we'll see the 17th one. Is that concat? Okay, string s or str, whatever it is. So obviously it will return string only. It will concatenate two strings, right? So now I'll take string s8 is equals to hello. Okay, string s9 is equals to world. Okay, now I want to add these two things. Okay, now I want to add these two things. So how you do? So here S8 you concat with S9. Obviously both will add, means both will add and it will get hello world, something like this. Okay, you can concatenate two strings. If you try to execute this, you see that hello world. So you can add two strings this way. Okay. And you can do with another way also. S8 plus S9. You'll get the same output. Plus symbol. If you use plus symbol in between two integers, it will add those two integer values, right? But if you use the same plus operator in between two strings, it will concatenate two strings. So if you run this, at the end you'll get two hello world. You see that? Same thing. What is one is with concat method, another with this plus method. Okay, both the ways you can do, but this is string method. This is normal. If you want to add two strings, you can use plus, but concat is a method inside the string object. Okay, now you can take 18. So compare to string str. So it will return what? It returns integer value. Okay, and here you have some points to remember. What is that? You need to remember one thing here. First point. First point, returns 0 if both strings are same. Okay. Second one, returns negative number or value. Negative number. How it will be? Two strings, right? The first string where it is mismatching means you have a string, both two strings. In the two strings, when you comparing, somewhere it is mismatching. Then first mismatch, how it will be? First mismatch, first string mismatch minus second string mismatch. Okay. First occurrence means it will take a Unicode. By taking one example, we'll see. Returns positive number. First mismatch minus second string mismatch. Okay. So how we can represent is S1 is equals to S2 0. But here the condition is a positive number means S1 should be greater than S2. And the same way S1 less than S2. Okay. So how we need to represent this? All right. So let me take an example, then it will be very clear. String S10 is equals to, I'll say high. Okay. String S11 is equals to again high. When you're comparing these two things, but internally it will take ASCII characters. Okay. So H, capital H, ASCII character, small h, ASCII character. So here where it is mismatching in the first letter only. Okay. When it is mismatching, it will compare between these two characters. Okay. So now if you try to print this, means if you try to compare this, yes, 10 dot compare to yes 11. Okay. So if both are capital H, mean there is no mismatch, then you will get what? 0. Okay. You will get 0. Go ahead. You see that? 0. Right. In the same way, I will take another example. S12, S13. Here I'll put small h here. Okay. Then S12, S13. Okay. So it will definitely give what? Negative number. The reason is S12 H is what? The ASCII character will be the capital letters is lesser than small letters ASCII character. So capital H will be lower letter, small h will be higher letter. So when you try to execute this, I'm not sure what is the number, but okay, minus 32. Okay. If you try to change the same thing in reverse order, what is that? S14, S15, 14 and 15. Okay. So when you take something like this, I'll change this capital H, small h, now it is capital H. Then obviously it is bigger than this one. So because of that, you will get the positive number, plus 32 you will get. You see that? 32. So S1 is greater than S2 means positive number. S1 less than S2 means negative number. Both are same means 0. That's how it will compare. Compared to it will give you returns integer value. Okay. So this is how you can use different methods inside the string class. Okay. String methods. Okay. We have seen totally 18 methods. So very important these are. So that's all about string methods. Okay. So if you're going forward, what could be the possible interview questions? So they might ask, what is string in Java? Can you explain some of the methods from the string class? Otherwise, especially they might ask, can you explain compare to, when you will get zero, when you will get negative, when you will get positive number? So these kind of questions you might face. Okay, that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video we will see control statements in Java. Okay, so Java code is normally executed sequentially from top to bottom in the order that the code appears. Means how you write the code, the same sequence it will execute. To apply some logic, we may need to execute code on conditional basis. Okay, control flow statements helps in the conditional execution of code blocks. Means while it is executing, according to my requirement, I want to skip some code. I want to execute only some block of code. I don't want to execute some block of code. I want to control my execution flow. Okay, with the help of control flow statements, we can achieve that. All control flow statements are associated with a business condition. When it is true, the code block executes. When it is false, the code block skip. Means according to the condition. I'm saying if it is true, then execute this block of code. If it is false, execute this block of code. Okay, that's how I need to control my execution. So for that, we have following are the control statements. If else statement. Inside the if else, you have different type of if statement, nested if statement, if else statement, if else if statement. So these many flavors are there. Apart from that, switch, while, do while, for loop, enhanced for loop, some labeled statements. So we will see one by one in our upcoming videos in detail. So what could be the possible interview question here? What are the control statements? But before that, so I have a sample program here. So inside that I have some code, some statements. You see that system.out.println first line, second line, and then I'm calling one method. Okay. Inside the method one, I have fifth line, sixth line, and then system.out.println third line. Then again, I'm calling method 2. In the method 2, we have seventh line, eighth line. After that, I have fourth line. So when you try to execute this, okay, when you try to execute this, so how it will print? First, it comes here, first line, second line. Then it will face one method. So then it will directly jump into method 1. Then here sequence. It will print fifth line, sixth line. Then it ended. Then it will go back. So it comes here. It will print third line. Again, it saw one method is there. So method 2. It will jump into the method 2. Whatever there inside the method 2, it will execute. Okay. Then come back. After that, it will execute this one. After that, it concludes that execution. But it is sequence. This one, this line, and then this line, this line, this line, and this line. So this is how it will execute. Let us try java sample program.java. You see that first, second, then instead of third line, it printed fifth and sixth. The reason is there is a method. It went into that. Means sequentially it executed. This one. In the sequence, you have method 1. In the sequence, you have method 2. That's how it will execute. But I want to skip some code. So if some condition is true, then I want to execute only this block of code. These statements I want to execute. If it is false, I want to execute this block of code, something like that. I want to control somehow this sequential execution. Okay, that we will see with the help of these control statements. Okay, we'll see one by one. So in this, you might face what are the control statements, what is the use of these things, control statements in Java. Okay, so that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see if else condition in Java. Okay, so if else is a control statement in Java. When we want to execute a set of statements based on a particular condition, then we can use if else statement. Okay, when you want to execute some block of code on a particular condition, then only you can use if else. The condition which we gave is true, then it will execute if block. Otherwise, it will execute else block. Okay. So if the condition is true, some block will execute. If it is not, then if you have else in your code, then it will jump into the else block and it will execute what is there inside the else block. So that is how it will execute. So we will see all these things in detail with the examples. So different types of if else statements. Simple if statement, there is no else. Nested if statement. Okay, all if conditions only, no else, but multiple ifs. If else statement, if else if statement. Okay, we will see all these four with the help of some examples. So if you see condition, you have a condition. If condition is true, then it will go and execute if code. If condition is false, if it jump into the else code and it will execute and come out of that. Okay. So check if I is positive or negative. Okay. I greater than 0. If I you have given positive number, if it is greater than 0, it will print positive number. Otherwise, it will jump into the else code and it will say negative number, something like this. Okay. So, but with the help of some programs, we will see. Let's jump into Visual Studio Code. I have written one simple class called simple if demo. Okay. So here, my scenario is student results I'm looking into. So my condition is if student gets more than 35 marks, more than or equal or greater than 35 marks, then that student is passed. Okay, that student is passed in the exam. Okay, for that, how you can write the condition? Okay, int student marks is equals to, I will say 30. Okay, 30. Now you can write how it will be if some condition. Okay, if condition, and inside that your block of code. Okay, this is how you need to write if this condition might be true or false. If this condition is true, then only it will go inside this block. What is there inside this curly braces? It will jump into this block of code and it will execute whatever there inside this. If it is false, even it will not even go into this, it will directly come out of this block. Means it will come out of this braces. Okay, it will not go inside this block. That's how it will work. So now student marks greater than 35. Okay, then what I need to do? System dot out dot println student pass in the exam. Okay, that's it. Outside you can write whatever you want if you have anything to write. This is not necessary, but so I will say end of execution. Right, very simple program. What is there? Student marks greater than 35, then only I need to print student passed in the exam. Okay, so then my student marks are what? 30. 30 is greater than 35. No, 30 is not greater than 35, then it is false. If it is false, it will not go inside this and it will not execute this line. So directly come out of that and it will execute this one. Okay, when it is coming into the sequence, it came here. It found one condition. If condition is true, then it will go inside this. If it is false, it will come out of this and whatever it is there after that, it will try to execute. Okay, so then obviously end of execution. Then if I try to execute this, Java simple demo.java. You see that end of execution. The reason is student marks not greater than 35. Because of that, it never entered into this one. Okay. Now I will change my student marks to 40. Okay. Now it is 40. What happens here? 40 is greater than 35. Yes, 40 is greater than 35. So this condition is true. When this condition is true, it will go inside this block, and whatever it is there, it will try to execute. So if it comes into this, now it will print student passed in the exam. Then it will come out of that, and again it will print this one. So now this time it will print both the statements. You see that? Student passed in the exam, end of execution. Right? So this is how if condition will work. If the condition is true, it will go inside this. Otherwise, it will not go inside this. This is how, means according to some block of code, means some condition, I'm able to execute, otherwise I'm able to skip this line in my sequence order. Right? That's how we are saying this is control statements. So now we'll see if else. Okay. Now we'll see if else. So I have a if else demo. Here also same thing, student results. Now here, if student gets more than 35 marks, he is passed. But what if he did not get 35 marks? What I need to say? In the previous example, we are just seeing that, and we are not talking about what happens if it is less than 35. But here, both the conditions. If it is greater than 35, what I need to execute? If it is less than 35, what I need to say? What I need to execute. Right? So that's how it will be. So now, int student marks is equals to 30, something like that. Now, if student marks greater than 35, now I'll try to print from here, copy paste now. So student passed in the exam, but else if it is not happened, means it did not get the marks, what should, means 35, right? Then student, I need to say student failed in the exam. I am explicitly saying that student failed in the exam. In the previous, I'm not bothering about remaining things. I'm just checking if marks greater than 35, I'm saying student is passed. But what if it is not that marks? So I'm not talking about here. If you have that condition also to mention here, that time you can use else. If this is true, you execute this block of code. If it is false, then execute else block of code. Okay. So according to my marks, I got 30. 30 greater than 35. No, it is false. If it is false, no, it will not go inside this block. It will go else block. If it is false, then it will go else block. It will say student failed in the exam. So let me try to execute this. Java if else demo.java. You see that student failed in the exam. Now I'll make it this marks to 50. Okay, 50 greater than 35. Yes, 50 is greater than 35. So student passed. You see, student passed in the exam. Now I'm skipping this else block. Previously, I'm skipping if block, but normally sequence of execution. But here I'm skipping some block of code according to this statement, means this condition. Right. So that's how it will work. Now, what is if else if? Right. If else if. So in the if else if, there are more conditions for me. In the previous condition, if it is greater than 35, pass. Less than 35, fail. But here more deep into the results. If student gets more than 90 marks, he passed in first class. If he gets in between 60 to 90, he passed with second class. If it is greater than 35 and less than 60, and between 35 to 60, means in between 35 to 60, then third class. If it is less than 35, fail. I want to write a logic for all these conditions. Okay. So now int student marks is equals to, let's say 30. Okay. Initially, if student marks greater than what, 90, student marks greater than 90. So let me copy this. What I need to say, student passed with first class. Okay. So again, I need to check another condition. Condition means you should have a if block. In the if only you will write the condition, right? Else you will not have any condition. Else means else, that's it. So, but I have multiple conditions, that then you need to write else if it's not the case, come to this one, else if student marks greater than 60 and student marks less than 90. Right. So if it is two ends means both conditions should satisfy, then only it will go inside this. Okay. Student passed with second class. Right. Again, I have one more condition. Else if student marks greater than 35 and student marks less than 60. With this condition, student passed with third class. So I can say third class. If any one of these conditions is not satisfied, then last is else. Then what is that? Student failed. Okay. Then you can say student failed in the exam. All right. So this is how you need to write if, else, if. So you have multiple conditions to check. If it is greater than 90, go inside this. If it is not that, don't go inside that. Come here and check this condition. If this both conditions satisfy, go inside this. Otherwise, come here. Compare here. If both are true, then go inside this. If any one of the conditions are not satisfied, then else block. Right. So my marks are 30. 30 is greater than 90? No. So don't go inside this. Go to the next statement. Here, 30 greater than 60? No. No need to go to here also. Right. If both true, then only it will go inside this. First condition itself, it failed. I don't bother about the second condition, whether pass or fail. Student marks greater than 60, 30 greater than 60? No. Don't go inside this. Then come here. Student marks greater than 35, 30 greater than 35? No. Then what happens? It will not go inside this. So if any one of these conditions not true, what I'm saying, else block will execute last. So student failed in the exam. Okay, student failed in the exam. So now I try to do this, execute this. Sorry. So student, so I missed the semicolon. Student failed in the exam. 30 means student failed in the exam. Now I'll try to take 95 marks. So first condition itself satisfies 95 greater than 90. So student passed with first class, I should get. You see that student passed with first class. Now I'll give in between this greater than 60, less than. So I'll give 80. So 80 is not greater than 90. So it will come here. 80 greater than 60, yes. And 80 less than 90, yes. Both are true. Go inside this. Student passed with second class. You see, student passed with second class. Now give another thing. I'll give 40. 40 means 40 is not greater than 90. No, don't go inside this. 40 not greater than 60. Don't go inside this. 40 greater than 35. Yes. Yes, yes. Then go to next condition. 40 less than 60. Yes. Both are true. Then go inside this. So student passed with what? Third class. You see that? Third class. Right. We have checked all the conditions. So this is how if else if will work. If you have these kind of conditions to check. Okay. So we'll go to the nested if demo. Okay. In the nested if demo, if true, then go inside this. Again, if true, then go again inside. If false, don't go this inside this. Something like that. If inside another if. Okay, this is how. Let's take an example, hypothetical example. I'm not sure how to explain this. So I took some string s is equals to Bahubali is a Telugu movie. Okay, I have written one string Bahubali is a Telugu movie. So now I'll try to check what is that condition. If everything is true, all the condition is true, I need to print was system.out.println Prabhas is the lead role in that movie. So for that I have few conditions. For that I have few conditions. What are those conditions? It should be a movie first, and it should be a Telugu movie. Then the name should be, movie name should be Bahubali. Okay. So now I'll check here the condition is true. Yes dot contains. Okay. Yes dot contains what? Movie. If it is a movie, then go inside this. Then again you verify other condition. If it is contains Telugu, means it is a Telugu movie. Okay. Then go inside this. If both conditions are satisfied, it went into the deeper of that if statements. If again, yes contains Bahubali, then Prabhas is the lead role in that movie. I need to, for this, I need to satisfy these many. If it is not movie, then why to go inside this? No need. You can fail itself. It means you come out of this here itself. Okay, it is true. Go inside this. If the movie is Telugu, then go inside. If it is not Telugu, then no need to go inside this. It is also true. Then go inside that. If it is contains Bahubali, then only go inside this. If it is not Bahubali, some other movie name, then I don't want to go inside this. It might be a movie, it might be a Telugu movie, but it is not this movie, then no, don't go inside this. So if any one of these conditions not satisfied, then system.out.println, I can say it is not the movie which we required, something like that. Okay. So now if I try to execute this, I have all the conditions satisfying. What happened? Nested if demo. Nested if demo. Could not find. I did a small mistake. The file name and class name both are not same. So there is a typo. Because of that, it's saying, now if you see, Prabhas is the lead role in that movie. After come out of that, it should not be here actually. Okay. So otherwise, let it comment. Okay. So then it will go. If anything is changing, I can say ABC is a Telugu movie. If I say something like this, nothing will print out, right? Nothing is there to print. It is a movie. It is a Telugu movie, but it is not Bahubali. So it will not go inside this. It is not printing anything. There is nothing to print. Otherwise, you can write else condition and you can say, if it is everything is not satisfying, then you can put this one. Right. Now, if you try to print this, you will get what? This is not the movie which you are looking for. What happened? If it falls, sorry, contains movie, contains, then it will come here. This is for this only. Okay. So you can put here. You need to write different else conditions for each if condition if you want. Otherwise, I'll remove this. So don't bother about these things. So if it is not matching, that will not print anything. If it is matching, it will go inside this one. But here the intention is you can write how many ifs inside another if. It is a if condition. Inside that another if condition. Inside that another. This is called nested if. Okay. That's how you can write the nested if. So these are all about if else conditions. Okay. So then what could be the possible interview questions here? What is if else statement? What is nested if statement? What is if else if statement? Something like that you might face. Otherwise, they'll ask what is control statements in Java. Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see switch statement in Java. So what do you mean by switch statement in Java? Switch statement is also a control statement that we are seeing. Switch is similar to if else if ladder. We have seen if else if how it will work in our previous example. So it is very similar to that. When compared to if else if ladder, this is more readable. If you want to write if else if, for that you can replace it with switch. Okay, so it's more readable. Switch will have multiple cases. The break is a statement used inside the switch to terminate the sequence. So if you want to terminate some sequence, if you want to stop execution, then you can use break statement. The break statement is optional. If break not used, execution will continue on into the next case. Okay, we have multiple cases, right? So we will see with the example. The default statement is also a kind of case. If any case not satisfied, then default will execute. It is similar to else condition. If any condition is not satisfying, then it will go to the else condition, right? The same way, if any case is not matching, then it will go to the default. The default statement is also optional and it must be at the end of the switch. Okay. So these are all some information about switch. See, we will see everything with an example. So switch, you will have condition or expression. These are all in between these braces, you will have some cases, case value 1, case value 2, case value 3, something like that. For case value 1, you have some set of statements to be executed. In the same way for other things also. So for each and every case, you will have a break statement and this break is optional. And at the end of this, you will have a default. For the default also, you'll have some statements. Okay. So with the help of one example, we will see all these things. Let me go to Visual Studio Code and there is switch demo. But in the switch demo, I have written one if else if ladder. Okay. I took one example. If I say day number, then it should print the particular day. That is my condition. So logic, I need to write for that. So int day number is equal to some number. So if day number equals to 1, the day is Monday. Else if the day number equals to 2, Tuesday. Else if it is 3, Wednesday. Something like that I have written till 7, Sunday. If everything is not matching, means if anything is not matching, then else. So not a valid day provided. So you did not provide a valid day, I'm saying. So this is how if else if ladder, I can achieve what I want. Okay. Let me try to execute this. Java switch demo.java. You see that not a valid day provided. The reason is 8 is not there. If I give 5, 5 means what? Friday. It has to print Friday. Is that Friday? But for this, we can replace it with switch statement. Okay. So what I'll do, let me comment this code. Okay. Let me comment this code. Now we'll try to replace the same logic with switch. How it will be. Okay. Now switch inside this condition expression, the day number I'm providing. Okay. So now first case 1 means this day number will be replaced here. Okay, case 1. In the case 1, system.out.println. If it is 1, I can say Monday, something like that, whatever it is. So after that, you need to break this, right? And the similar way, you will have multiple cases. Case 2, case 3, case 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we'll come one by one. If it is 2, so I need to say Tuesday. And if it is 3, then it is Wednesday. If it is 4, Thursday. If it is 5, then Friday. If it is 6, Saturday. 7, Sunday. But at the end, if anything is not matching, I'll make it a default. If it is default, not a valid, something like this. So that's how you need to write. For each case, you will have a break statement. So now if you try to print switch condition case 1, inside that you will write the block of code what you want. Case 2, this. If it is 5, this 5 which will match with the case 5, and it will print Friday and it will break that. Okay, it will break that. So let me go here. Sorry. Switch demo. You see that it printed Friday. If I give 7 here, and go ahead, now it will print Sunday. If you give some 15, then it will say not a valid, right? That's how you can split into that if else if into switch. Okay, switch some condition and then you'll have cases. If you miss this, I'll give 1. I will give 1. If it should say Monday. But if I miss the break is option. If I miss the break, what happens? You see, Monday, Tuesday. It executed Monday and it went to the case 2, it print Tuesday, then break. Because of that, it break the case. Okay, it purely depends upon our requirement. This is how switch will work. So now I'll write some other thing. Apart from these things, okay, I need to say just an example. If day number is 1, so I'll remove. For other cases also, same logic. Till case 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, case till case 5, these are weekday. Okay, because of that SAT symbol. Okay. So if it is 6 and 7, so this is weekend. So smiley symbol. If it is not matching any of these things, okay, I can say given day is not a weekday or weekend. I don't know what to put the expression. Right. So for default, we don't even need this. It means after that, you will not have anything. So multiple cases will have a same output, same switch off. So if it is, I have given one. One means it is Monday and it will print weekday. Right. If I give 6, okay. If I give 6 is a Saturday and it's a weekend. And if I give something like that 10, not a valid day, and given day is not a weekday or weekend. Okay. So you can use switch like this also. So for case 1, case 2, case 3, case 4, case 5, same output. Case 6 and 7, another output. Right. So this is all about switch statement in Java. What could be the possible interview questions? So what is switch statement? How to write switch statement in Java? Okay. That's all in this video. Thank you.